I think I'm online already. Let's see. Let me close out my shit. And then we back. Baby! What's good? Alright. I've been working on fun shit today. I was working on the UI stuff just because it's like, that's super vibe codable, just fucking chilling. Be like, do this, do that, do this. I wanted to look like this. I wanted to look like that. And that's like the fun shit. So I gave myself a day of just that. Oh my god, there's a fucking fly on the goddamn screen. Let's see if we can hit it. Oh. What the fuck? That's weird. That's actually on the screen. Okay, cool. So it's not dead pixels. I was worried about that. They look too much like a fly. Alrighty. So, today we're going to go through the fucking questionnaire. My favorite thing in the whole fucking world. We're going to see how much we can do. I'm going to just do like an hour or two of this today. Just because like, I'm going to do stuff tomorrow and I have to go to bed early. So I can actually be awake during that. I'm gonna be hanging out with someone kind of cute, so let's go. All right. Ledger questions. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Sonnet 5 has been crushing it today, by the way, on the UI stuff. At first I tried giving it like massive tasks and it just was not doing it right, and I just didn't want. Why are you asking me for access? Wait a minute. Just double checking. You're not doing these right now, right? You're making a ticket. Just double checking. Okay. Continue. My bad. They reset my Fable usage, so today I'm gonna, the next 2 days, I'm gonna fucking use the shit out of this. I have until the 12th, so I'm gonna make the most of this shit. I'm gonna possibly have it do like a big feature ingestion, which is gonna be like the actual fucking, I think I might have it do this overnight too, actually, now that I think about it. Oh yeah, check this out. I'm really fucking proud of this. Hold on, where'd you go? Alright, I guess. Huh. Just fucking run it. Alright. Ha! It's doing the pre-ledger sweep! Yes! I just added that. So basically what this is doing is it's going through all of the tickets and then just basically adding all the testing systems that I need to build out specifically. Well, not build out specifically, but it's going to be like, basically, like, I build little model, like, little fucking functions, right? So it's like little things here and there, fucking little shits here and there. That does like a smoke test to make sure that the logic for the thing that you're building works. Well, that doesn't necessarily check for the entire system or application. That's like, or like that particular thing, like, especially when it's like a whole, like, set of functions. So what I had to do instead was basically put those to the side. And it's like, all right, so these are the systems that are affected by each one of these tickets that were done. And then it's like collect them all together by functions, like major systems. And then it's like, for example, if it's like a move thing, then it'd be like, I don't know, it's like, or like a watchdog thing. Then it'd be like any of the watchdog things would necessarily work, but you have to add them into each one of the types of functions or actions or verbs that you can actually do for the calls. And then test to make sure that it's always being triggered. Technically, you could just do it with one. If it works with one, it works with all because they're all wired identically. They're already tested for that. But You never know. So it's like, it doesn't really hurt to add those. So I'm gonna have it do that kind of stuff too. So it's like, it's basically just grabbing. So here's the whole fucking finagle thing. So we have the wiki. Wait, we're gonna go left to right. You're left to right here. So we have the wiki. Then we have tickets that came from the wiki. Then I grabbed those fuck ton of tickets like 500 of those shits. And then I made them into clusters. And then I grabbed those clusters and I organized them in relation to the atlas, which is like like an upstream to downstream map of my system overall. So then basically what I did was I grabbed those and then I just put them in order like that. Technically the upstream stuff is the stuff you should do first. So that was my logic behind that. And then after that, it would grab the clusters and organize them into projects based by the and it would grab the ticket clusters and it would put them into projects based by the based by the upstream to downstream. And then after that, I put them on by priority because there were some things that affected, like they were technically downstream stuff, but the actual code was upstream that affected it. So it's like, it was a little fucking weird. So that was basically my logic behind that. That's why I did that. So in a nutshell, yeah, like pretty much that was the goal. And then after that, I have these priority tickets, and then I start just doing those. And then after that, now I'm removing myself from doing the tickets not entirely, but then basically I'm making this whole, like, you grab the tickets and then you just execute them. There's parameters as to why something is executable or isn't executable. That's a whole other thing. But then it basically adds them to to-do list. Then the to-do list gets the stuff that's totally doable, does it, and then I answer questions to see how it did. So then, because I already know the code base like stupid well, so like I can just look at stuff and be like, you did this right, you did this wrong, this was the goal, this was not the goal, this was kind of like the thing. And then I look at, basically I'll usually ask it what the goal was of the original ticket, because I usually can't remember that shit, but I remember my architecture. Like, so basically I just go through that and then that's it. So, and then now it's like this, I added a pre-ingestion or whatchamacallit step, where basically it goes through, finds all the things that haven't gotten testing yet, because there's also a testing step when it does like the code stuff, but all the stuff that hasn't got full testing, and if it's UI testing or backend testing. So then that, and it puts them in different rows like that. I haven't done jack shit in terms of like automated UI testing yet in terms of my recent systems, so that's something else that I have to address eventually, but we're gonna take it one step at a time. So yeah, that was like my overall spiel in terms of what I've been up to there. So yeah, let's get back to this. So right now it's going through that process. Go for it. How come I can't change my system? There it goes. I trust that auto edit. It's basically just just grabbing shit. It's like, is it back end? Is it front end? Is it back end? Is it front end? Did it get testing? Yes, no, yes, no. It's nothing like major. So we just made 10 new fucking tickets. God damn it. This is the song that doesn't end. It just goes on and on, my friends. Oh yeah, check this out. That shit that I was building yesterday, I also have a cost tool, so I can see how much actions actually cost. And then this was the refactor for my front end. It technically cost $14. Obviously, I didn't pay $14 for that, because that's $14 in 4 minutes 30 seconds. In an optimized workflow. So it basically used Sonnet for most of it, and it used a little bit for output. Oh yeah, I guess it did use us quite a bit for fucking Opus, but you get what I'm saying? I mean, like in terms of input, it was a lot for fucking Sonnet. No, but I would say there's more. No, there's definitely more Opus. Yeah. But then you can see what the cost is, and then you can optimize the workflows in relation, if they're consistent on consistent things, then you can optimize the workflows to basically to be able to do that shit anywhere. So it's like, so you can basically optimize the workflows to be able to use less or more. Obviously you don't want more, but you can make them either, basically I think my theory is it's going to be longer duration for less tokens, or like in less cost. I think that might be the trade-off potentially. I don't know yet, we have to prove it. So alrighty, these tickets are filled. I want to make like a loading screen. Alright, so let me see here. Where are we? Alright, still doing pre-ledger. Fuck, I started recording for fucking nothing. It's just been doing this fucking shit for like 8 minutes. I've been just talking about my fucking workflows. What is this? Can you put together a git push context file? If it doesn't exist, just update the current. I mean, if it does exist, just update the current one. Don't delete or overwrite. But it should, there shouldn't be one currently. If there is one, tell me what it has, like what it has in it generally, not literal like one by one, just a general like overview. If it's the previous ledger stuff, then that's a problem. Please update the current git push context.md file. I'm gonna have that updated too because I accidentally split it between the two of these fucking shits. We'll see how much of this shit we can fucking do. Then push the current git push. Create a sub agent opus for the git push at high. It will need to do new updates to the fucking wiki. Say that the workday started at fucking like 3 p.m. and we stopped. We haven't stopped yet, actually. Not end of day. Although I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish these questions tonight, because we're only gonna be going on for like another hour or so. So at 9:30 p.m. Actually, let's call it at 8. Four hours later. Whatever. Wait, was there stuff in there already though? If it's appended. Alright, so we have 36. We have 3 questions. Ah! No, it's all good. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? With anything relevant from this app that is not covered by the current git push context.md file. Thank you. I got you, I got you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. There should only be 36. Like, only stuff from the 36 item drain, correct? That's the only stuff that's currently there. Just double checking. And then the stuff that you added. And then there's another model currently adding other stuff, but I just wanted to see if you could potentially just take a look at that one more time. All right. Let's go. All right. What was the goal of this? Originally, this particular ticket. Oh, okay. Now I remember. Okay, so basically, this is the filtration for the watchdog. We brought back the basically don't insert .database.db -shm or db wall. All right, cool. Solid. Good to go. Next. So wait, this is the ledger from the 36 items, or are you talking about like something that was from before then? Oh, the pre-ledger sweep. Yeah. That's cool. Awesome. That's totally good. Cool. This is done. I'm gonna actually run. I'm gonna have it create another cron task for me. Okay, status passed. Watchdog utils, new format, mine indicate M time, UTC helper, modification date. Reuse smoke, clean surface. This was in relation to standardized UTC format for the scan, correct? Basically the variables that are going to be handling the scan, and like if something is existing there beforehand, or if it's a new item, or like all that sort of shit, right? If I'm wrong, please briefly expand on the goal. What's the override? What would be the benefit? What would be the benefit of override the signature? We might actually get a couple of things done. I might do this. Let's see. We might be able to get some of this shit done.
So people are living in video games more than they are in real life.
Correct. For the first time, I just want to get out and do it with you guys.
So basically having a standard centralized location. Yep. Okay. Get time. Call passes the raw float in for formatting only. Useful only if caller already has an M time elsewhere. Ah. Okay, that's fine. Classification logic. This is about formatting robustness of the memory itself. Ah, this is standardizing the actual reading of the time. So basically, so like if in case that one was done in a different time zone, or like the dock is in a different time zone, let's say, and the time that was shown for the modification, why wouldn't it be automatically updated in relation to the dock location by the OS? Now it kind of seems a little redundant. I mean, I can kind of see how it would affect record keeping, because then it's like, then it's the string data that is actually being kept. And then doing it UTC basically standardizes across the entire board. But what's the benefit of the signature override? Okay, so isn't that what we're currently talking about? I mean, isn't the signature override the goal? By doing the centralized, standardized time formatting? UTC standardization equals the actual time, yes. Signature shape, just the how the helper takes its input. A path, it calls get time itself versus a raw. Ah, why would... But then what would be the benefit of that? So there isn't really a benefit of it as much as just standardizing the method is basically what you're saying. Just, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Ah. Do I want that? I kind of want that. In relation to like how I like building things, I like standardized methods. I kind of want that because I would want that to be standardized. If it's like, if it's using the same function, remember, like look at like, well, don't look at it because you're gonna have to read it. But in relation to like my rules for writing code, like my code Bible, basically for this whole repository, I prefer if a function is being used elsewhere to have a centralized location, and then it becomes more modular. So then you input it, and if you ever need to change that for whatever fucking reason, I don't know why you would ever want to change this. But I would rather it be in a centralized location like that, or a centralized method. In which case, I actually am going to disagree with you. What do you reckon? Am I overcomplicating it? Is it really not that deep? Oh, what the fuck? Right? Oh, no, I don't want that. All right, cool. Then A, run it. But then I don't understand why that's... Produce identical UTC output, which is who calls get time. Yep, I know exactly what this is. So yeah, confirm stale. I'm moving along on this one. We might get done sooner than we thought. Let's see. I'm just like chugging along here. Chugging along. Chugga 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 chugga.
Wait, why? Because you want food or you're hungry, so what if I'm not as hungry?
Now it's 5:30, okay? Dinner time, more people want to eat. Search for it.
What?
It's 42 now, man. 55. All stacked up.
Just give me the food. Down with tech.
I don't know how much you ride the bus anymore, but what would you do with your extra 6 minutes?
My extra 6 minutes. I would probably just watch the replays of Egypt getting robbed again and again yesterday. Just gotta throw up the VAR.
Hell yeah. Alright, Watchdog over Oregon self-heal, invalid hard prerequisites, 377 was closed, one fixed, no code ship. Wait a second. Isn't this the hardening logic for the self-heal drive stuff? Well, basically, the whole duplicate files and all that sort of stuff within the same code base to handling the duplicate files. Is that what this was in relation to? All right, different subsystem. Watchdog drive registration not scanning. Orphan drive equals a mounted drive on the Watchdog sees that isn't on track. Ah, yes. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're not doing that. Like the whole someone else's drive situation doesn't fucking matter. The only thing I would be worried about is orphaning a drive. In the sense of like if a drive belonged to someone else and they registered it, then taking away the registration ID. That would be concerning. But then again, someone could just re-register. Don't fucking matter like that. Because then the scan logic would compensate for that. If it had identical items, pretty much, like the scan logic would just move. Oh no, it wouldn't. It would have them duplicate, and then it would leave the stuff on the actual. Shit, dude, I just thought of another ticket. Removing registered drives that aren't even plugged in. Basically, having drives that are registered, like some sort of window within the storage central command. Window that has a little fucking button where you press it, and when you press it, it opens up all of the registered drives that are not currently plugged into the dock. And then the ability to remove the drives, have some sort of error message, something that pops up saying, you know, you're about to remove and delete all of the files from the database. From the actual, don't say delete the files from the database. You're about to remove the files from the database because delete is such a scary word for people. Because you're not deleting the drives. That I feel like using the word delete might come off like you're deleting the drives. but you're about to remove the registration from the database, which will remove the files from, nope, the database items from the you're about to remove the, that's it right there. Are you sure you want to do this? And then you practice, and then practice the same exact thing with the, as deleting a drive, where basically you have to hit the delete button, and then the second time it will be a little check box that you have to click again before actually hitting the delete button. Like, not, but once again, not delete, we're gonna use the word remove, because then that way they can manage, they can remove zombie drives that might not exist anymore, or, you know, or whatever. What you reckon? Because that's a whole other thing. I mean, that kind of touches on this topic too, orphaned drives. I think that might help balance that out a little bit. Also, another potential ticket in relation to the last question here, not this question, but this is another thing. This is not the answer to the current question. Would be another ticket here. Yes to the previous ticket, yes, good to go. But then when you register drives, having it, if there's already an ID in there that doesn't belong to the current doc, to then add another one underneath it, but then you'd also need to do the logic for the registration to cover that, where basically you would need to scan for registered drives ID number, basically parse it to a list, check each one, does one of these from the list belong to this drive, to this doc? Then that way it doesn't delete the other registration ID number, but it also, I feel like that's overkill though. I feel like that one is overkill, because then it's like you can start intermixing like different docs having different databases, and then it's like you're sharing shit, and it's like it's like a whole fucking world of hurt. What you reckon? Wait, did you actually not give me back? Active. In relation to the recently filed ticket that we just did, I'm going to answer this question in a second. But the one that we just filed, number, what is it, like 57 or 580 something? 560 something? 561. Added to the to-do underscore llm.md file. But write that this is a fresh window. In the case that you have any questions for me, please feel free to add them to the ledger for editing later. But feel free to take liberty building it. It's a whole new window, so it might. I think it can handle it though. To be honest, I think like the Opus model that's doing the planning can handle this. It's a new window with a pretty straightforward approach. Just make sure. Here's another thing for it: that the variables that it is pulling from for the actual drives is actually the registered drives variable from the dock, minus the ones that are currently plugged in. So then that way it's pulling the same variable across the board. That's the only thing I would definitely want to point out would be like that's a fundamental thing. But other than that, we good. If you can update it with that, please. And then in relation to this one, let me see. So you have live impact doc deployed currently erroring, live database name, last known name, deployed selected result column. What is this? So it's actually not working currently. That's basically what you're saying with relation to this question. So live impact docs deployed code is currently erroring. LiveDB already renamed the last known name. Deployed select still uses old column. What do you mean by that? Do you mean like still uses old column in the sense of like the column item or the actual column itself? Alright. Now answering the BT 546 question, the old column equals the column identifier itself, not the old column data still existing in the column. What happened, BT 401? I mean, but wouldn't you want to just rename the old column? Isn't that the whole fucking point? Then why is that erroring out? Doc API code SQL Lite never got updated to match it. Ah! Why would I accept something that doesn't work? Why wouldn't it have been fixed? That's a clear gap that we need to fix. So update that to be able to match the column. Where is it pulling the variable from? Okay, so here's another situation. Like, when we need to update these columns. Okay, the column, basically the doc API should not be getting updated to do that stuff. It should be receiving the variables from the application. So what we actually want is for the doc to basically have the ability to populate the column, the table, the whatever within the database, and not have it be hard coded. It's not doing it shouldn't be like doc API code where it's like each one has, like, each call has a unique update code for the database. It should be so the variables, so it's completely modular, exactly how I like to build all my other code. This is actually before I built out my current code bible, so it probably built the way that it normally fucking builds, which I hate. But okay, so we need to update that. That's actually going to be a whole separate ticket to basically make sure that all API calls are literally, it's just one function on the API side that's being applied, and then the actual variables of the what is being filled by the UI essentially. When it does the API call, it's part of the variables that it's sending out for it to update. Does that make sense? That would solve this never happening in the future. This is exactly the problem that I'm trying to avoid by working the way that I work. That was actually a cool clip. Clip that. Nobody. Nobody's watching this. Yeah, I got AI viewers from steamboo.com potentially. Ooh, baby. Oh, buddy. Got a bot. Nice. Alright, let's see. Wait, then what the fuck's the problem? Okay, cool. Yeah. Yes, make it a ticket and then also pump it through to the to-do LLM list. Do a sub agent to run it and then just continue with the questions. Accept 546 as is, and then also refer to it in the new ticket. But remember, it's going to be in completed tickets. So just make sure you mention that once this is done with the questionnaire. Well, fucking this kid. Fucking love this one.
Just because you're goddess.
Just because.
Excuse me, that's Seder for third for my next victim. It's you. This is a Magic the Gathering tournament. It's not a safe space for a brain-dead boy like you.
Jesus Christ. The crazy part is there's probably people that are actually like that.
I look forward to being the reason why you never play Magic again.
Oh, hey, you're like the first normal person I've seen here all day. It really stinks in here, doesn't it? Just so you know, I don't normally come to things like this. Hey, kid, you're still running that try hard, he's a dick. Say,
Oh my fucking god.
Videos.
The last one. Alrighty. Six. I'm a sixth of the way through. Nice. Drive ID file handler header. Okay, pass drive ID file header. This had something to do with something. I forgot what it was. We had done this parse drive ID text. It was something to do with the header. Oh yeah, now I remember. Okay. All right, yeah, this is the header for the fucking just making sure that when it makes the new registration or the new like registration file, that it says, hey, don't fucking delete this file, and then basically did you make sure that the thing that reads and ingests the actual registration ID number actually parses through that? I think I see something that you said parse drive ID text strips the comment lines and returns the first real line of bare ID number. I mean, if that works as is, I think it's good. Is that the case? We will find the fuck out. One more time. Verify with subagent. For 400 regarding my inquiry. And now continue forward. If for now continue forward, if the subagent returns positive that it's true, then we can call it done. I didn't want to run this sequentially. I wanted to run it in parallel, but fair.
80-year-old you would probably laugh at how small you're still playing. I love this frame because it's a beautiful reminder that you can simultaneously hold deep gratitude for where you're at and relentless hunger for where you're going. A heart that says, I know I'm worthy enough. A head that says, be more anyway. I happen to believe that the art of life is holding both without letting either win.
Alrighty. Let's see, 7 gap. Oh fuck, here we go. List unregistered drives, test, or J's consistent decision, read delegates to item 32's parse ID, now headered. A bare strip would misclassify every drive as foreign. Observation flag tracked mountain points now used in place, not removed. Gap 1 park not built. Foreign ID override protection. Yeah. Ah. I kind of like that approach. For gap 1, the recommended shape, I like that actually. Classification rewritten from mount point set difference. So essentially gap 2 was the other part to the other ticket that we had just passed by. I think it was 400. Not 400, it was... Nope, the one before this one. Yeah, 546. 546, correct? Also, just double checking. You're updating the git push context.md on every decision, correct? As we go along. That's no. Oh, yeah. So what I'm saying is the good. Okay, hold on. I'm not saying that they're both the same thing. I'm saying they're both like they each system, each ticket corresponds to the other. Like they're both two different sides of the same thing. That like that's what I'm saying. Yes. I'm not dumb, I swear. 836. Delete post upload sync passed. Okay, wait. RC deleted 3-line post upload SSH sync flush block. Okay. Full flush block. Oh yeah, the sync thing. Yeah. Yeah, good to go. We deleted that shit. Fucking bullshit because our sync already handles it.
Just know in life, 3 things are certain. Death, taxes, and you always gonna be slaying. So I need you to lock in. Don't let them tell you
I like him. Work.
Just know in life. Three things are certain.
There's new research.
Next, number 9. We're 1/3 of the way through. Not 1/3 of the 1/4 of the way through. 25% through. Okay, let's see. Consolidate source type guard. Status passed. What was the goal of this? Consolidate source type guard. Ah! Is this in relation to the folder thing? So basically it's like we're either copying the folders or we're copying the files inside of the folders into the folder that's currently selected. Is that what we're talking about here? Hold on. Yeah, gotta fucking stand up because I got a wedgie. Hold on, yo. Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, and the only thing that actually changed was how it's done. Basically, it's like the method for the actual copying of the whole folder. Beforehand, I was overcomplicated it, and you basically simplified it by just copying the folder instead of creating the folder and then copying it over. The item's over. That's fucking... This is the kind of shit that AI is good for. Not building your app. Alright, not quite. That's... I see now. Basically, beforehand, we used to have the upload, download, all that sort of shit. Like, basically, it happened in like 3 different locations, and it's consolidated into a single function that gets called in all 3 instances. I know what this is now. Okay, yeah. That's a whole other thing from way back. Alright, cool. And then... I believe that already landed. Double check it with a sub agent, but let's continue forward with this. For now, yeah, I'll accept that as done. They remade Drop. I love that. It's so cute. This is just a rename, right? If it's just a rename, yeah, accept. If it's not a rename, let me know I'm wrong, please. That's totally fucking fine. I think I just want to have them fucking just, like, anything that's just a rename, just fucking swap it. Like, just it's okay. Like, I trust the fact that it can if I can't trust an Opus class model to plan a rename and then have a separate thing execute, a separate model execute that rename, oh my god. With all the checks and everything, all the, like, every single check within my fucking workflow, then there's something very fucking wrong. Alrighty, let's see. New failed string system order, failed admit, and accept block. Alright, so basically updating. So essentially this is like updating the emit. There was no consumer wired in for the UI to basically output the failed message. Now there is. Am I understanding that correctly? Oh. Is that 372 within this workflow? Just double checking. So essentially this is the emit one, and then the other one is the actual connection. That's kind of dumb that I made it so there's two different ones. So one is like the actual wiring of the error, and then the other one is the actual emission. It kind of makes sense, but meh. If that's in there already, you say 372 is the wiring? It's kind of crazy that it had the exception message before the wiring creation, like the ticket creation was in out of order like that. But there currently is, like, yeah, just double checking that first actually before I give my answer in terms of passing it through or not.
My mom will force a cry on me too. I didn't cry, and then she like made this collage with like all these pictures of me and my nana, and she like brought it up to my room. She like made me look at it. I'm like, okay, crying. I wonder how my mom remembers that. She's like, well, it was weird you weren't crying.
I mean, that's technically true, dude.
You were old enough to be crying.
To be honest, that's kind of weirdly healthy. That's kind of weirdly healthy emotional manipulation. All right. Oh shit, so there's currently tickets here that literally weren't. Oh fuck, then I have to like update the to-do filler workflow, because this is all stuff that could have been done in not in synchronization, but in sequence. Because when you think about it, I mean, like, why wasn't it done? It's such a simple fucking ticket. Like, that's something that could have been done within this workflow. I need to update that. Can we do that with a sub agent? Just basically, if there's a ticket that gets flagged as needing to have another ticket done beforehand, it shouldn't just not do it. It should literally just place it in order within the to-do list. Like, basically, if one happens before the other, then just do them in sequence, like in the correct sequence. That's all it should do. I mean, like, do you think the current workflow could handle that? Ask that to the sub agent. Make an Opus sub agent, please, to do this. And then let's continue. Good to go. I wanted to continue in parallel, but it kind of makes sense to split the work up, to be honest. I mean, that's great. Sure. Aight! Let's keep going! 11, 12, we're at 1/3 of the way through, 33% of the way through. Let's go. Status passed. Files. What time does my token count reset? Fuck. Alright, I want to run this shit now, actually. Oh, no, 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 no. We're going to save that for the fucking git push. Alright, past. To scope, strand. Migration, separate tickets. Guarantee preserved. Let's see. What was the goal of this one? Ah! I remember this one. Okay, because there was multiple add items, multiple remove items, save config, all that other shit was a pain in the butt. That's what this was for, right? And then it just and basically it replaced anyone that was using the ones that got deleted, correct? It basically updated the other ones. Have another Opus model double check that for me, but let's continue move forward. If it comes back positive, then have the model right. No. Yes, accepted. Righty. $13.36. Skipped verdict. Invalid unification already landed via 510 rewrite. Both rename selected item. Recommended. Close. Okay. Color not updated. Holy fuck! Wait a minute. Let's respond to the first thing that you just sent me here. So if the colors were not updated, is this in relation to the... the JSON stuff, right? So wait, if we removed the function that was extra, it didn't update the variable and any other functions that called it, the deleted one? Say what? I gotta write this idea down. I just had a fucking idea for a UI thing. Oh my god. I'm gonna write this down here. Okay. Check this shit out. Having it go like this, right? Something like this. And then having a gradient. So it's like heavy, 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 lighter, 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 lighter. And then like that. But then here, behind it, having magenta, yellow, slash other, and then basically having that come up from above behind, but each of them shifting colors, color balances for white, in between, shift, and then after that having these pop up above, all with gradient. Grad transparency. That's kind of a cool thing. I like that kind of effect. I was looking at this thing. I was looking at this one. This. You see this? Like, look at that shit. Woo! Woo! Ooh. It's pitch. Oh my god, wait a second. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. I just found out something really cool about this. Watch this. When I hit a low pitch, it's one color. When I hit a higher pitch, it's another color. It's pitch dependent. Oh. No, it's just going through it. Never mind. Never mind. I thought it was pitch dependent. I was like, that would have been cool. Never mind. That was a waste of time. But I came up with a cool idea as a result of looking at that. It's way lamer than I thought it was. Mine's cooler. Okay, so we need to update that. Update the ticket to reflect that and keep in the to-do LLM. We are trying to hurry up so that way we can fucking finish this before 10 p.m. so we can do the git push and get the fucking context. let's do this with a different sub agent. Let's update the code writer, the code writer workflow that works on these actual tickets in the loop, in the agentic loop. Here's what I want to do. At the very end of that, after it's done doing the stuff, make sure that any like affected systems that would need an update in relation to the ticket would be updated. And then make another workflow that is basically a scan for this kind of stuff. Because we gotta watch out for shit like this. This is kind of a big deal. Like in general, that like this separate workflow would be like, it would pick a file, it would go across all of, it would be like a code linter. So basically it would pick a file, it would go across all the functions inside of the file, any places that the functions are called, any kind of error issues, any kind of error handling, any other kind of things that would pop up, it would flag. And then basically create a ticket for. Or if, like, let's say something was updated and then the other location has like some like this exact issue where like the error handling would be blown past. For like the error handling. Stuff like that. I mean, something like missing in terms of syntax would be a big fail. Like in the sense of like, that would be like, I'm more worried about nuanced issues than like major bugs. But to be honest, I mean, watching out for stuff like that, like a lint/bug checking thing where I can just automate it to like take on like not one file but like a couple of files maybe. I think that would be kind of worth it. But then having that be the fallback to this system in the one we're gonna have this sub agent do for to update the code writer. The code writer, the goal is to basically catch it there, but this would be the fallback for that. Does that make sense? Before we actually write it or update it, make sure it passes the potential update to me and in which step it would occur. I'm just looking for which step would it occur in, and then the overview of the addition, like what it would do. That's pretty much all I'm looking for. And then once approved, then it can keep going. And then after that, but in the meantime, let's keep going with this one. I'm gonna take a look at 13 again. Was superseded by 182. Have a subagent verify 13 being superseded by 510. Have it be an Opus subagent, and then let's continue it to 14. If it comes back as positive, then just confirmed. But let's move on to 14 in the meantime. I'm gonna burn these tokens. I'm gonna like fucking shit. Oh wait, no, we still got okay, cool. I was like, I thought my fucking little window. I wish there was other shit I could have it do. Ripple check, yes. A ripple check, that's what it's called. Can you ask me the questions for this again? I need some clarification on these. I think what it should do, actually, there is bash command. There's a bash code that you can run where you can see everywhere a specific function is called. I feel like if you just did a very targeted run like that, I think that could potentially, but then again, it's like, what if it was the old version of it? How you verify that? First, run through the log for the function if it was ever changed recently or anything like that, in the sense that if it was something and it turned into something new, or any new changes that had occurred surrounding that, and then use that bash command to search all of the files within the code base for that function, and then the old naming of the function, if there is an old naming or an old function that had a similar functionality, all that sort of stuff, and then check those files. Have it be targeted like that, those particular functions of those files, not the entire file. Unless you, what would you think? Do you think it would need the entire file, or do you think that would be enough? Or should I have it just be linting in general, like for the, yeah, like the entire file? And in terms of that resolves it. What's the next question in that? I think there's other questions you had for me. How should contract drift be triggered? On demand only, and then we'll set cron. What ticket type should confirm drift findings? Bug. Create a ticket. Always create a ticket, and then just add it to the to-do LLM. After creating the ticket. It'll get handled when it gets handled. Oh, fuck, dude. It's like my freaking shorts. They like pinch against my freaking leg. Oh my god, dude. It's like the underside of my leg. It fucking hurts. Didn't I answer this? Yeah, given by Git history. Yes. No fixed cap. Recommend. Run it by a Fable subagent just to verify it, and then have it run Sonnet sub agent to execute the plan that it comes up with in relation to the whole plan. So pass over this plan over to it, and then have it also double check for any optimization that it could possibly do in relation to models that it could that it could potentially assign to different tasks, or any fan outs or anything like that. Since everything's grep, it probably is not going to need to do too many fan outs because it's so targeted. But just have it overlook it. To optimize for quality and also for token usage, hopefully on the lower end. For token usage and upper quality for quality, obviously. Upper end. Which I know, I'm literally stating what everyone's goal is. Let's continue with 14. Can you restate it one more time, please? Bomb. Wob wob. Wob wob. Wob wob wob. I'm engaged. Schnoodles. Alright. Browser UI, load directory stamps, full directory, API verbs, rigid, falls back to somewhere. What it fixes, each item's full path used to be built from the current view's path. Folder agnostic move parent path. Ah, now I remember. Okay. This is in relation to the move button, correct? And the move window. Nice. Because it's so mechanical, I can actually afford to use fucking Sonnet for that fan out. That's fucking great. That's what happens when you know Bash! At least what's available. I need to do that for fucking every single workflow. That's what I need to do for literally everything. In relation to 14, accepted. $15, almost halfway through. Ask, show the conflict dialogues. Okay, parked question. Show the conflict dialogues destination parent folder instead of the duplicated base name. Why parked needs per conflict destination. What was the goal of ticket 186 again? Conflict dialog. When a full file folder already exists, destination should name folder name ties duplicated the base name instead of showing. No, I think honestly it's superseded by the current conflict handler for the move function. Can you verify with Opus? Sub agent, please. Thank you. I was right! You see who memorized their code base? This fool! This fool knows their code base like a motherfucker. Thousands of lines of code and I fucking remember it. All of it! I'm so happy. I'm happy with my new workflows. I fucking love them. This was all worth it. There was fucking moments back in the day when I first got started with building these workflows out that I was like second guessing myself, fucking like, I don't know if I should do it like this, fucking oh no. And now I'm like, I'm starting to get it. I still haven't even gotten into skills and shit yet. I'm like literally just running off of fucking like just my own workflows. I don't want it to think too much. I literally just want it to do the things that I want it to do. I don't need to do anything else. 16. $187. Is this for move conflict? One more time, verify. Is this superseded by the move conflict handler and all that sort of stuff? Like I believe there's something that already handles this. Verify with the sub agent and continue moving forward. If it's verified, good to go. That it's superseded, then it's good to go. Then mark it superseded, good to go. All right, let's see. Number 17. Almost halfway there. We're almost halfway there. All right. One button, replace action roll, one mapping, alright, new smoke upgraded from there. Backend verified pre-existing. Already has a registered replace. So is number 17 already done? Is that what it's saying? No. I mean, was it already built by something else? Like, was it actually... I'm kind of confused. This is 185, but resolve folder conflict. One button, replace action roll, one mapping branch. I think this is handled by conflict handler for move, because I pushed all of the trash things through that too, in terms of error, like conflict handling for the trash, in terms of restoration and all that other stuff. Or is this for moving things into trash? Oh, it's the UI side of it. Oh, this is the UI side of it. So basically it's making it so it supports what the backend already has. Basically it enables me to push through the parameter. Argument parameter. Then good to go. I need to stand up for a fucking second, dude. I'm like, I am not having this fucking sitting shit. I need a standing desk so fucking bad, dude. We're almost there. Someone's selling their Sevgood Dreamcast for fucking $70. Ooh. You see, this is what I want to buy. Like, if I had extra money, like, to just burn, like, I would get shit like this. Like, I would buy, like, retro game lots. Ooh, the Tractor S5. Dude, I can't wait to start using my Tractor S4. Alright, let's keep going. Halfway through! We're just halfway through now! We're just halfway through. We're moving through this. We got this, guys. We got this. We status passed. Trash UI handlers. Cancel skip demoted. Cancel mapping. Both resolvers. Move cancelled. What is this? So basically it's the cancel button that supports the cancel from the move coordinator conflict handler, correct? Same thing as the previous ticket except for pretty much the cancel button. Slash. No, we good. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, let's update that real quick. Double check this with the sub agent, but I believe it doesn't. If you hit the cancel button, it cancels everything. Like the entire move. It doesn't move some and then like X amount not moved. No. I made it so literally it just stops the entire move. Because otherwise people need to remember what they moved, what they didn't move, where they, like, it's just a whole fucking pain in the ass. So I just literally, if you need to start over, start over. You know what I mean? That's pretty much how I have it. Double check that with a sub agent. If it returns positive for that, then go ahead and update the ticket accordingly, update the ledger accordingly, update the git push context accordingly, and then we're moving forward. But still, no, we're moving forward right now, but just as the sub agent does that, we're moving forward. Beep, 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 beep. $70 ThinkPad. God damn it. I want that. Technology is so fucking cheap in the States, dude. A $70 ThinkPad. I take that shit. It worked with my fucking, like, my controller. A A $35 version of Banjo-Kazooie? I don't think so. That shit's a fucking duplicate. That's a nice collection. All probably fucking duplicates. They're not, they cannot possibly be official Nintendo chips. Conker's Bad Fur Day is a $200 game alone. Yeah, Conker's Bad Fur Day was sold. Of course it was. God damn it, dude. I want that fucking game. That would be like my crown jewel if I ever collected that. I would be like, I want that like I want a playable version and I want an in-box graded version. That's the dream. Someday, dude, someday. Not even like, I just like collecting that kind of shit. Like I would use it like as a fucking display piece or something. Like that's like a dream. Like in terms of decorating your space, that's the kind of shit I would like to decorate my space with. Like little figurines and shit, like stuff like this, like little Pikachu. You know what I'm saying? I like stuff like that. Like fucking, I'm a nerd, whatever. But a true to God nerd. I've been into this shit since before it was cool. For a long time. Not that that actually matters or means anything. I'm trying to say, like, express what it means to me. Not in relation to it being superior or inferior to anybody else. People that get into any kind of hobby, whenever they get into it, I'm happy for them. If it makes them happy, cool. Except the money dudes. Fuck the money people. I don't like the people that literally like just inflate markets of stuff that I like. It's so fucking annoying, dude. That part is annoying. But if you sincerely like it, fuck it. If you think it's cool because everybody else thinks it's cool, that's cool. I mean, fuck it. That doesn't matter. I'm talking about scalping douche canoes. I was 19. Alright. Not scalpers, but like, you know, like basically people that buy shit at exorbitant, like fucking whatchamacallit, that one guy, that Logan, the Paul brother or whatever the fuck. Whatever his name is, I don't even know fucking know. Apply to all conflicts. Trash handlers. What? Accept layers 1 and 2 as being fully delivering for the user-facing feature. Close B302 layer 3 not worth interface change. So what was part 1 and 2 of 19 there for BT302 briefly, and then what's part 3? Let's go. Okay, layer 1, stateless default. Every conflict reprompts on its own. Okay, cool. Layer 2, revolver apply to all remaining. Wasn't all this logic essentially? All right, layer 1 is already existed. Layer 2 was the thing that it made apply to all. Okay, wait, is this specifically only for trash stuff? Because honestly, this might be useful for the move in general. Like for the move, like error handling in general. Does it exist for the move error handling windows? And then why wouldn't it exist? I don't like the fact that it's split. Okay, so is it centralized? So that one window basically is used for either or. It sounds good to me. No, I don't do that dance anymore. Fuck that dance. It's fucking ruined. The cheesy white person dance, that shit's fucking done. That's done after this last 2 years. Fuck that shit. We are never doing that shit again. No, wait. We can still do the monkey, but we can't do the fucking, like, this thing. That's no longer accepted. That is no longer acceptable. Not because it's not cool. I like the fact that it's not lame. I mean, I like the fact that it was not cool. The reason why we don't do that is because of fucking Trump. We don't do that. It's like anything that Hitler touched. Fucking gun. Done. We're axing it from society. God damn it. No, I can't even fucking do a cheesy dance anymore because it just reminds me of that now. Fuck! Why'd he take that? God damn it. That was my joy. I like being lame. I like being lame. That's fun for me. God damn it, dude. Why did he have to be so uncool? Alright, let me see. DND functions.py 68 through 70. Root folders, fallback, ternary. Ah! What was the goal of this? Was it making a constant for the trash folder variable? Like for the, instead of having it be a variable, having it be a constant? Because the actual trash building location changed since I had this ticket, like significantly. I believe it did. No, it didn't, because the drag and drop function still should exist. Yeah, how a sub agent, double check that, but I believe that it still exists for the drag and drop functions. Because it still needs somewhere to place it within the interface. It's just that the method that it's sending the actual command over is through APIs now. That's the only difference. But I still don't understand. Okay, what was the HASA TTR root folders fallback? What was that again? Explain that part to me before we actually launch the sub agent. Yeah, it's dead. Yeah, that's dead. That's definitely dead code, dude. No. The trash folder variables still exist. But I'm talking about the trash folders get set unconditionally after connect now. I mean, this part right here, like, this is like the application side, when it used to be where the application did the actual trash building, management, all that sort of stuff. Like, it had the trash worker. You get what I'm saying? That's no longer there. It is still read across. It does exist, like the trash folders variable still exists and is read across multiple UI surfaces without a fucking doubt. I'm still having trouble understanding. Yeah, in the case that, like, in the sense of, like, use trash folders if it exists, and if empty, if it isn't empty, otherwise fall back to root folders. That entire logic, I don't think actually is used anymore. Am I making sense here? I don't think that logic is used anymore. Like on the app side. Like on the app side, I think it's handled by the trash builder migration moving over to the dock, I believe. If that's what this is referring to. So basically, drop the fallback. It's superseded currently, essentially. I didn't understand the drop the fallback terminology. I needed it to say superseded. That's where my confusion was. We're only at 8% for the week. God damn, dude. New projects. Root home view lockdown. Anything SFTP related, done. SFTP shit is done. There is literally nothing left over for SFTP. What did it change? Unless these functions are still named SFTP and they have other functions, in which case they need to be renamed. Oh. Oh, wait. That's actually another ticket. That's the project name, browser and SFTP UI. Got you. Okay, never mind. My bad. Wrong chat. I was like, I know I'm not seeing that it just finished some fucking SFTP shit because we have nothing left in there that does that. Okay. Files. D&D functions. Tier new smoke. All right. D&D trash paths canonical source dot pi. Fix. Replace the inline trash string concat comprehension with the existing canonical behavior as trash paths. Define once no new logic. Wait, what? Replace. So you basically set a constant for trash variable within the drag and drop functions.py. It's a shared function, not a constant. D&D used to build the trash paths itself in line with its own. Right? Fix. Import and call existing. I see you. So it's using the function as trash paths to pull from the doc. And basically using the same existing function to have it centralized in terms of where it's being pulled from, so it's not just generating it from another location. I do believe I'm right. As trash folder doesn't pull from the doc itself, that's trash folders, item, territory. Just takes that already resolved list and formats the trash suffix paths from it. So trash folders basically pulls a list variable as trash paths, pulls the individual paths from it, basically parses it. And now that parsed list is what's basically a shared variable across both of them. And they're both being ultimately pulled from the doc, correct? Like the upstream data that is being patched through as trash paths. There it is. Good to go. Next. This ain't too bad. I think I should be able to finish by like 11. And then I'm gonna set some fucking to-do items for the fucking stuff. We have 14 left. Come on. File manager UI. What it fixes. Dropping multiple folders only used to prompt for the single dir case. Multiple folders suddenly fell through the files path, never prompting per folder. So this is error handling for multiple folders and not just the top folder layer. So here's the thing though. Per folder, cancel empty, error, don't. Is this for error handling for like the move coordinator conflict handler? Okay. Okay. Have it mirror the error handling for the move coordinator error handler. Conflict handler, sorry. I think that would, does that answer your question for this? Because I think that approach is better. That way it's a consistent system across everything. Because I personally would rather like not skip an item or well, no, I'm sorry, if I hit the cancel button, basically it cancels everything. It doesn't just cancel the one folder, you know what I mean? And keep everything else, because that's so, I feel like cancel should just cancel the entire job. It's like that's your safety. Otherwise you don't have something that does that. The skip button though should operate like a skip button. You skip the thing. I think the conflict handler is the best location for how to handle that kind of logic. Am I making sense here? Double check that with a sub agent. Opus, please. So it defaults into the skip folder behavior if there's ever like a can't read situation. I kind of don't like that. It should have some sort of prompt, right? Yeah, skip or cancel essentially. Like that should be the only two options. Because if it's like a thing where I can't read it, then skip or cancel. Yeah, I like that. Built as proposed. No. but you are not building. Just updating the ticket. You called out the read error case. Not silent skip. Buy an Opus bottle. There should never be any silent skips. Like, what the fuck? No, the user should know everything that's happening on that level. It's like that's part of the user experience. Like, it's Wait a second. Wait, would this make it so you can't actually copy in empty folders? I think that there should also be an option to copy anyway. Or upload anyway, in this case. For anything. Nothing counts as empty, I mean, it technically counts as a type of empty folder, I guess, the dot file, but like everything should be uploadable and viewable, unless it's something that is like a hidden file that, although yeah, I guess if you upload a hidden file, it would hide instantly, right? But then it's like, what if somebody wants to upload a dot file and they want to be able to access and move it around within their database? The only skipped file within the actual Watchdog, the only type of file that it doesn't show, I mean that it doesn't archive, is specifically the dot database files. I think we should make that more specific, to be not an extension, but to actually be the actual database itself, like the database file itself. Because then what if somebody wants to upload a .db file or a .anything file? That's a whole other thing. I think this ticket could potentially be updated with that as well. to get picked up on the next batch. Run this by a Opus model to potentially update the ticket with a new plan in relation to that. The only other type of file that it shouldn't that shouldn't be showing pretty much is the ID file. That would be the only other one. My whole thing is basically like, what if somebody's uploading like a folder structure? You know, it's like then it would upload nothing, and you wouldn't even have the option to upload your folder structure. That has value. Fold because it feels it is directly related to this issue, and I would rather address it as part of it. No, 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 no. No, when I said to do, I meant not literally to-do list. I meant the to-do underscore LLM dot MD. I specifically said which one. No, I never said to add it to my to-do list. I said to add it to the LLM one. You're hallucinating. Fuck. I want to finish these questions, but I can't because the fucking model. God damn it. Okay. In that case, that's fine. Don't stress about it. It'll just get removed when it gets done. That's fine. Alright, it's not hallucinating. It's just part of my fucking workflow. We're so close to finishing. I want to be done by like 11:30. Let's go. I'm on 22. I have like 14 left, right? I'm like, I passed 22, right? This is kind of a long one. Fuck, we're only on 23. 13 more left. 13 more left. What was the goal of the ticket and what was the fix? Basically centralizing a function, it seems like. Yeah, that's a pretty straightforward function. That's a pretty straightforward kind of a task for it to do so. Yeah, I remember this shit. I remember this shit. This is drag and drop handling essentially. And just centralizing the function for classifying the drag. Yep. We're good. This is straightforward. I fucking love her stuff. Alright, that was cute. I saw a cute little prank video. This dude was playing with toy cigarettes, trying to get his dad to think that he started smoking cigarettes. That was cute. So what was the goal of this? Basically error handling for drag and drop? What kind of error handling? Just brief overview. Just basically error handling for potential edge cases, no fundamental logic changed, correct? Except run it. Fucking crap. Got a wedgie, I got a wedgie. Fuck. We back. We're standing. I need a standing desk so bad. Even though I love my chair so fucking much. My chair is phenomenal. I fucking adore my chair. 11 left. This is an old SFTP bullshit thing. It's gone now, so we good. Make it go away. so happy we're not using SFTP anymore.
Wait, so the U.S. government tried to arrest you? Why? And that was because I was trying to tell the truth about what they loved. The U.S. government has been trying to make maggots that ought and different shapes that impact. Did you check your magnets? You'll see that they're usually circles or they're squares. And what the U.S. government is doing right now,
Triangles.
they're taking magnets and they're making triangles.
Ah!
All these other shapes. And it's causing crazy effects. Hurricane Katrina was okay, this is done by hand. Using technology. Wait, so the US government
Hurricane Katrina was triangles. No, I still love you.
I still love you.
Meh. Classic. Aw, baby. Oh my goodness, I cannot wait for Saturday. I can't wait for that fucking game. Oh my god, I can't wait. I want Norway to win so fucking bad. I need them to win. I need them to win for me to have hope in humanity. Status passed. Let's see. Trash action button sync helper. The fuck is this? What was the goal of this one? Ah! Centralization of the trash button visibility. Load directory and load home view were basically two different UI navigation functions. And then the actual way that it loaded the trash button was two different ways, and you basically made them centralized to one function. Correct? Oh, no, you're saying that it was not merged into one function entirely. But what was the fix? Yes, that's what I want. Okay, cool. Yeah, there are two different functions. That's right. The trash button visibility is the thing I want centralized. Correct. Good to go. Good to go. Not good to know. I have to shake my hips. I'm gonna do this from now on now. Fuck, this is my new lame dance. That's good with the sound and everything. You can't out lame me, Donald! Fuck you. I'm gonna make lame funny again. God damn it, dude. That's how I'm funny with people. I like being lame. Alright, let me see. Structural collapse itself is ambiguous. Part question. What is the goal? Disable trash as destination default. I need the brief context of the ticket. What is the goal of it? And then in relation to the forks, and then in relation to the recommended. Alright, goal. Browser UI's picker window mode has a selector mode that and a move mode, yeah, whose button visibility code is a byte for byte duplicate. Isn't selector... The selector is a highlighter though, isn't it? How are they byte for byte duplicates? That's kind of crazy. The trash graying out, if it's the selector, that's for drag and drop. And the reason for that is to basically make it impossible to drag specific things into the trash, I believe. Having them be in a centralized location would be nice, and then having a new argument in relation to where they're used. I mean, that sounds great. That fork one sounds amazing. As long as they are being called I believe that trash that trash is the for selector issue. I think it might be for the drag and drop stuff. I believe. In which case, I mean, yeah, dude. I mean, fork one sounds awesome. Verify it with a sub agent just to make sure that that's a sound decision, but I believe it's pretty good. I'm leaning towards that. But I'm not above being verified or challenged. Make it so. Update the ticket to reflect that, and we'll get it on the next on the next run of executions. Codex of ticket fixes. Woo! Oh, yeah. 9 more left. We're in the single digits. We're in the single... Oh, wait. We are below the single digits. We've been inside the single digits. Wait, you said both forks locked. Do you mean that only one of them is being executed and the other one isn't? And or do you mean, which is what it should be, right? But or do you mean that both are locked for execution? No. No. You're hallucinating, dude. Hold on a second. Whoa there, Nelly. Look at the conversation again. No, the thing that you're saying both are locked. in the sense that both are locked to be executed. In other words, that but they're two. It's one or the other. That's why it's a fork. So I said fork 1, and then fork 2 is not getting done. That's what the return was from the model, and that's what I thought we had decided on. Is that not the case? To be fair, we are like deep into this conversation, so it's like it's hallucinating heavily. Oh. It wasn't the decision. That I didn't fully understand fork 2. I see you. We good. On the fork thing. Okay, it's a fork of selections and then another separate fork of selections. I took them as two, like a single fork with 2 paths. My bad. That was on me. Let's continue with the next question, the whatever question we're on right now. What was the goal of item 2 for BT 180? I just had a new idea for my fucking for my UI. Have it form a constellation with a couple of the stars. Three name entry paths. None of the 3 name entry paths, new folder, rename, dialog, filtered the user's type name against what the target's file system can actually accept. Oh shit. For the username, it should have the same type, the same restrictions for typing, for actually generating the username. That makes a lot of fucking sense. Oh shit. Good call. That would be on username creation within the initialization process. That's actually fucking true. Great call. Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about using the username as a folder name or file name or something like that? And basically making it so you can't use the username as a folder or file name? Why would that matter? I think that's worth a ticket. My separate idea. The point about the characters, having illegal characters within the username creation, having it pull the same exact variables, the same exact function or variables that defines the illegal characters within the folder renaming functions. Like basically just call that, because that's the one rule set. You know what I'm saying? Having a centralized rule set and then having that be like a not accepted set of characters, and then having like an error message that pops up. Let's make that ticket as with the sub agent, please. You can do a Sonnet sub agent, I think. Or actually, let's do Opus sub agent. Make sure that if it is or isn't currently, and then fill the ticket. Let's make it active, and then after that, make sure that it gets pushed into the to-do llm.md file. What exactly are you talking about? You're talking about like not being able to use illegal characters within the create/rename? Because I think that's already the case, isn't it? I think that was already covered in another... Actually, let's make another sub-agent. Verify this. I believe I worked on a similar ticket that covered something like that within the last set of tickets that were pushed. Worked on. Well, so is the one sub agent doing both tasks in my previous request? I wanted them done in parallel, but fine. Yeah. No existing validation today. Validate and save username only checks 2 fields. Okay, cool. Okay. Right. So what I'm trying to understand is what is BT180 though. That's what I was having it look into, but explain it to me one more time. I'm sorry. I'm just not understanding it. It's starting to get kind of late too. When you create a new folder or rename something in the file browser, the app now checks the name you typed in is actually legal for the... Okay. That wasn't... Ah! That was... Okay, that's why it seems familiar. Okay. I was getting confused. This is why it seems familiar. It's because this is a rerun from the previous one. So like the previous Ledger run, this was a leftover ticket that was updated. My bad, dude. Okay, we good. That's why it felt familiar. I was like, didn't we do this? My bad, dude. My bad. Yes, except basically it's just adding a new basically like a function that does not allow you to basically type in illegal file name characters into the as like file names or folder names for either create or rename. That's perfect. And then basically we should use this function then. This is what we're talking about. So then we should use this function for setting the username. Basically this same exact set of variables here, the same exact set of illegal characters, we should have it be present for the user rename. And that's basically that way it's using that function. That's what we should do. Is that basically what the new ticket is doing?
Break. Earphone.
So it already has a set of illegal characters. That's the one that was already done. All right. Then why did we need the new ticket? No, but it already has a whole other set of rules that correspond with the username rules for Linux, and they're stricter. So why would it need to add the file folder name, rename? And that, oh, so you're basically, it's the opposite direction. You wanted to add the username restrictions to the folder and files? Nah, that's, no. Undo that shit if that's the case. What, is that the case? First, answer that question. Don't undo anything just yet. Have a Sonnet sub-agent undo this. Right. What I am saying is that it's not necessary to apply the Linux username rules to the folder and file. That makes no fucking sense. That's what I was saying. Am I making sense, or are you starting to hallucinate? All right. So the username field currently does not have input limitations. Character input limitations. Am I understanding that correctly? Oh shit, wait, really? I thought we had covered that, but okay. Wait, we really don't have, what? Ah, shit, you're right. You're right. All right, we good. All right. You're right. I'm the one who made that. I may remember the only thing is it doesn't match. That's fucking true. Okay, so what is the goal of number 7? Let's move on to the current one. Can you explain to me the goal of the current one? Oh shit. That's a super straightforward one, except for that one. Accept. I have to say accept. I say accept. I'll just say good to go. I don't want to change how I say things. filtration for the UI file name or folder name, right? It strips the file extension. Ah, for rename. Yes, I remember this ticket. So basically the typing only changes the name itself, not the extension. Perfect. I remember that ticket. All right, let's go. Come on, buddy. Good lord. This is 10 items within a single fucking item. This is terrible. Alright, let's see. What fixes? Rename succeeded. Alright. Brief goal and what was the fix briefly? Ah. So it's actually checking the UI to make sure that it's updated. So basically it's... Come on, dude. So basically it's checking the UI to make sure that it updated correctly. But how can we verify that the refresh actually went through? And it's not just showing the same thing as before. Is there a safety measure for that? You don't check it, sub-agent. No offense, dude, but you're like getting there just like I'm getting there. We are getting there with these tokens. Okay, we're at 9%. Not bad. To be honest, not bad. Alright, real network call, not cash. Noted for next time. I'll read directly. Okay, cool. Cool. Accepted. just a quick check. How many more items are actually left? Because now this one item had like 36. Why am I on item 11 when I was on item like 24? Ah! Holy shit, I've been going through them. Alright, so perfect, perfect. I thought this was one item that... Okay, good. Thank God. What was the goal of this one? And what was the fix? Briefly. What ticket number was this? Quick question, what is the system that's actually detecting that? Because it should honestly be tied to the safe action. Honestly, safe action kind of handles that, to be honest, because that's the whole point of it. It makes it so you can't touch that particular file if it's something's happening. Although I guess something could have happened afterwards, like, and you had it before it refreshed in your... No, I guess it kind of makes sense. It's a good fallback, I guess. Double check that with a sub agent in relation to it being a fallback for that system and not a replacement. I'm curious to see what it thinks. I was about to say, let's move on to the... Solid accept. Solid, good to go. Hold on. Inline rename race guard. what is the flag? Can you summarize the flag for me, and then the goal, and then of this ticket, and then the fix for this ticket in relation to the goal, and then the flag in relation to the goal? Alright, so this one right here definitely is what safe action is used for. I feel like this would be kind of a redundancy in relation to safe action. Can you verify? But honestly, let me know what you think about that. Is that a redundancy, and is it the worst thing to keep anyway, even though it is a redundancy? I just don't want redundancies. I like my elegant fucking systems. That's why I have safe action. That's the whole point of it. Atomic actions. That's the whole fucking point. It's like, because no other action actually has that kind of a safety. It all falls into safe action. That was the whole purpose of migrating everything over from SFTP over to API calls. It forces the extension even if you delivery typed in a new one. That is an actual bug. Okay, make a ticket for that with a sub agent, a separate sub agent. So there's two sub agents now, right? Research this with a sub agent, Opus, for the flag. Now, second sub agent for this flag, Sonnet. I think I could do my fucking questionnaires with Haiku. Potentially. It's a good read and return kind of a situation, but I just don't want it to miss anything. But then again, if it does miss something, I'm usually smart enough to fucking figure out that I'm missing data. Let's create a cron task to run the... Verify that the new LLM to do filler, or whatever the fuck, that filler one has a new rule in it that basically says that if a ticket needs another ticket before it and they're both in the same list of tickets that it's going through the audit in, if they both exist within the audit, that it will place them in order so they can be executed and it doesn't save it for the next time. That workflow. I'm going to push back on that because safe action is not a matter of catching it. That's the whole point. Safe action handles this. So it's like, let's say they named it once and they're like, no, wait, I want to name it something else. they can just do that before it refreshes, because then it will just literally be done in sequence. That's the whole point of it. It's no big deal. It doesn't error out. That's what I was saying in relation to it being a redundancy. Oh shit! But then the rename, it needs the source and destination kind of situation. I see you. Okay, that makes sense. That's fair. Do I need something like that for move? I have error handling like that for move, right? And the other verbs? Because pretty much every verb uses the same variables, similar variables style. Quick question in relation to the last ticket. In the meantime, I'll read this. Run that question with the sub-agent, please. Question for you though, what was the goal of 194? Separate question for you, what was the goal of 194? Why is it still in relation to the goal? Okay, so the flagged out of scope. Can you verify that it doesn't have that nicer, friendlier, create aware wording? And if it doesn't, make a new ticket, then add it to do llm.md, and then on top of that, It's active. Run it with a sub agent, please. Other than that, let's go ahead and accept C as confirmed sale. I'm so proud of this fucking UI, dude. Alrighty then. Alright. Oh no, I think Sonnet's actually the correct one because it's a pretty big fucking workflow actually now that I think about it. Alright, skip verdict, invalid, defer, bridges, rebuildings. Wait, hold on. Wait, what's this thing about 194? Can you... You didn't already... Didn't I request you to do that? Why did you continue to the next question? That was kind of weird. Did I ask you to go to the next question? I probably did. No, I confirmed it's stale. I don't understand what the problem was. Wait, so was it not... closed superseded? Or was it? Because it looks like you did do that after I requested that. And then I said this for the sub agent to verify the... to verify if it had friendlier wording already, and if it didn't, to please generate a new ticket. But to do that check and the generation of the new ticket through a sub agent. I'm confused here. So it's actually the workflow. Okay, so basically the ticket already, so BT 194 already technically asks for that. So basically all I really got to do is update, make sure that that's the main point, what's left over, update the ticket to reflect that, put it at the top, and basically say do this to the on the next run through instead of making the new ticket. I think that would make more sense. Basically unsuperseded ticket, and then make it update, go back to the LLM to the to-do LLM.md file. I understood that first part. I know it's not literally closed. I know that part. Run this through Fable. Run this through Fable, actually, because I don't want it for just single blocker. I want it for like even multi-blocker. Like basically the goal is to just like let it run and basically place everything in order. If it needs to be, if it has blockers, basically just place them in order in relation to the blockers in general, not just single blocker. You get what I'm saying? If it's an accessible ticket, I think the workflow for how this is working so far for like filling out and doing the actual tickets is working phenomenally, and I'm ready to trust it with more work. So I want to fill that fucking to-do LLM.md file with as many tickets as possible. That is the goal. Have it come up with a plan, and then patch it over to you. And if with either verifying my approach or not, at the very top summarized, and then whatever it needs to tell you to patch into that workflow, as long as it matches the summary that I'm reading, like on a fundamental general level, then it's good to go. As long as it's optimized, it follows the optimization too in terms of for tokens and models and everything else that it needs. So if it needs subagent, a separate subagent that to then go through and like figure that part out, that might be the better approach potentially, because it would give the model a little bit more like context overhead. You get what I'm saying? So like that might be an approach too. I'm suggesting that to the model. Run these suggestions through the Fable model. Thanks for mentioning the caveats. Nice jump. Nice job. What was 13? Can you explain 13 to me, the goal briefly, and then the staleness in relation to the goal?
This is the first time I'm ever showing my...
I'm so fucking ready. The whole premise changed. BT 510's routes the mutation reload through an async call backfired across on QT signal, which already runs in a fresh event return, fully decoupled from the original signal. What is this? Create rebuilds the list of the widget inside its own originating QT signal. I see you. Basically, it's the API updater for the UI. Correct? That's what's making it redundant? Woo! I fucking hate long ones. That's why. Accepted. I'm so happy when I fucking understand when I fucking understand shit. That's like, I understand most shit, thankfully, but like it's just so fucking satisfying. All right, this should be the last two potentially, right? Right? Fucking right. Goddamn. Oh, one more. Last one. Oh, come on, baby. Oh, give it to me finally. Oh, my lord. We're done. We're done. Please. Passed. All right, let's see what it is. What was the goal? What was the fix in relation to the goal? Was the drift actually addressed, or is it still existing too? And what is the drift in relation to the init functions? Init functions? Tailscale replace existing conflict. Relation to the goal. What? Tailscale? During a dock provisioning, tailscale registration conflict used a collapse to a generic error. Okay, error handling for the... I know what this is. Okay. Error handling for... But isn't it already... During the dock provisioning setup, if a head scale user already existed for this dock's TPM, okay, provisioning had just failed at the generic error, even though the code's own comment said the fix was recall or replace existing true. That resolution path was never wired up. This is good, yes. Recall on replace mirroring the existing, yes. So that makes it so people can resell their own docks if they want to. The drift already addressed, not still outstanding. The tickets own. Alright, so basically it made the designed function, well, the goal of the function, which was to replace the existing head scale user with a new user, basically deleting the old one, not updating the username, right? And then basically I think I would want it to be keep or replace. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, so you're going with that instead of just replace being the actual thing. So it's like if somebody's setting up a new dock, again, going through the initialization process for a second time after having already set up the user, it's asking you if you want to keep or replace. If you replace, would it delete the old user? And if you keep, I guess we can't create a safety to make sure that the user is who they say they are. But in which case they already have the dock. If they stole it, they already have it. What do you think? I just thought of a cool system for this. This is for future, but you can only keep it if you have a password. No, but why would you want to keep it? The only thing is that now they would have access to the old Tailscale net with whatever permissions were set. If they're going through the initialization process, I think it should only be... No, but then what if the user has it and wants to do that? Like reset their dock. Okay, I see the purpose of that. Let's make a ticket for security hardening and park it regarding this, because there needs to be some sort of security hardening for that. Maybe like another password, maybe like another something, I don't know. I have to think about that. That is a security gap there. I think that's a valid one. Run a sub agent to check the validity of that, and if it checks out, So basically, the drift also, in terms of what you're saying there, the drift was basically not documented. It was found drift and it was addressed. That's basically okay. That's cool. Honestly, this checks out for me. I would just do that one additional ticket because there's a definite security gap there. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I'm a super poser when it comes to soccer. I do not follow soccer. I am here for Norway. I want Norway to win. I have no stake in this besides the fact that I want Norway to win and everyone else to lose because I like that one 25-year-old dude from Norway, whatever the fuck his name is. Holland. Edwin Holland. Ah! So cool. He's so fucking cool. I hope he wins. I really do. I wish I could run fucking whatchamacallit on this. Oh yeah. Yo, what's good? Absolutamente. Definitivamente. Yo acabo de ver que usted me acaba de mandar un mensaje. ¿Cómo va todo? Yeah, dude. ¿De qué parte eres, mae? Y yo estoy trabajando en un proyecto de programación. Bueno, básicamente estoy... No way. ¿What? De San José. Pedro. Yeah, mae. Oh, oh, San Pedro. Ya veo, ya veo. Ya veo, ya veo. Sí, sí, sí. Qué bonito, mae. Ya, yo ahora estoy programando. Básicamente, lo que... yo estoy trabajando en un proyecto bastante grande, el proyecto más grande de mi vida. Y aquí vamos un poquito a la vez. Estoy... básicamente lo que quiero hacer es como... Está como... Tiene diferentes aspectos, pero... El primario es como una nube. Digamos, apenas estoy haciendo como una nube para enseñar acá. Básicamente es como Google Drive o Dropbox. Y... Espérate un segundito. Eso es para comenzar. Pero lo que quiero hacer en el futuro, básicamente es crear como... Esto es mi sistema de memorias. Sistema de memoria para un proyecto más grande en sí mismo. Es un entero ecosistema tecnológico que estoy poniendo junto. Gracias, Mae. Yo trabajo bastante duro en esto. Yo acabo de comenzar trabajando en interfase hoy. Antes de esto solamente he estado pegándole solamente al lado de atrás, digamos, el backend, digamos, la parte de atrás del proyecto. Y hasta hoy yo estoy comenzando con el interfase. Yo le agregué esta parte. Yo diseñé esta. Si usted ve esta cosa, se parecen estrellas, pero casi se parecen blancas, pero azules. Pero la razón por que se parecen, pero tienen como un holographic, así como holográfico, que está atrás. Pero eso es por... eso es parte del diseño que yo hice. Yo tengo una intermezcla de colores filtrados que se hacen parecer blanco, pero también se sobrepasan. Entonces se ven como rojos, verdes y azules que crean la luz blanca también. No. Yo vivo en Costa Rica estos momentos. Toda mi familia es tica. Entonces yo me acabo de mudar aquí hace como 2 años atrás. Sí. Ay, gracias, Mike. Yeah. Yo estaba metiéndole muy duro a este proyecto. Y miles de horas, dude. Yeah, miles de horas. Bueno, 1000 y pico ya. Definitivamente estoy llegándole como por lo mínimo. Bueno, eso es apenas en programación. Pero en tiempo de aprender cosas, buscar diferente información sobre diferentes cosas, yo le he metido, pero... ¿En qué parte de New Jersey? Yo viví ahí por años. Gracias, man. Yo le he metido bastante trabajo. Pero todo sirve, digamos, la parte digamos, cada botón sirve, todas las diferentes. Actualmente está conectado a un dock en estos momentos, otra computadora que estoy usando ahora como la nube. Y bueno, está bien. Usted sabe si está como el norte, el sur. Yo viví en el norte por años de New Jersey. Y después de eso me mudé por todos los estados por un ratillo ahí. Y después de eso, bueno, durante los años viviendo allá. Y terminé en Los Ángeles por un ratillo, casi como 5 años ahí. Y después de eso me mudé para Costa Rica. Yeah, man. ¿Y qué a usted le gusta hacer? ¿Qué tipo de cosas? Kevin. Como... Espérate. ¡Ay, qué bueno! ¿Cuántos años está haciendo eso? definitivamente, man. Eso sí. Un poquillo a la vez, un poquillo a la vez. Qué bueno. Eso es, usted tiene que meterle bastante a eso. Yo trabajé en audio y música por años también. Eso fue mi primera carrera. Que, digamos, usted mezcla, le gusta mezclar. Me encanta gente que aprende solos, eso es buenísimo. Ya, yeah, definitivamente, eso fue. Pero sí, digamos, ¿usted le gusta mezclar en vivo o estudio? Yeah. Definitivamente, ma. Esto, el audio, todo lo que es mezcla, producción, todo eso, es como la parte de atrás de mi mano, ma. Ya veo. Sí, bueno, eso es lo que le digo a todos los mezcladores de estudio, es que si usted aprende a mezclar en vivo, eso es la mejor escuela que usted puede tener. Literalmente, usted nunca va a entender el sonido y el audio más que cuando usted trabaja en vivo. Sinceramente, eso es yo trabajé en estudio de primero y después me mudé para lo que fue en vivo, y eso es total. Usted tiene que conocer audio para hacer eso, man. Sinceramente, y eso totalmente cambió cómo yo veo el sonido. Eso es literalmente una de las mejores, sí, como usted dijo, la mejor escuela. Definitivamente. Aquí casi nunca me llega nadie de Costa Rica, qué interesante. Sí, pero definitivamente, man, eso de audio es muy bonito, muy muy bonito. Ya veo. Definitivamente, man. Yeah, eso es todo tiene sus épocas, ¿verdad? De consumir diferentes tipos de entretenimiento. What's up, man? Gracias por seguir y gracias por apoyarme. Yo aprecio mucho, sinceramente. Yeah, yo a veces juego videojuegos y cosas así. Eso es apenas, a mí me gusta poner esto aquí por cualquier cosa, y si a alguien le interesa este tipo de cosas y cosas así, sí. Yo siempre aprendía más cuando yo, actualmente cuando... ningún problema. ¿Pero un cliente de qué? Yeah, man. Si a usted le interesa este tipo de cosas, yo siempre aprendí cuando era la música y cosas así, yo aprendía más viendo otras personas trabajando. Entonces por eso es que me gusta enseñar gente, a las personas, digamos, en vivo así, como yo trabajo. ¿Qué tipo de brete regular? Definitivamente, man. Eso es más fácil para mí observar una persona y hacer mis únicas conclusiones que apenas como que alguien me diga cosas. Yo siempre cuando alguien me dice cosas me hace así. ¡Ay, qué bonito! Una panadería. Qué bonito, man. Eso es arte también. trabajar con pan y trabajar con personas y todo eso es arte. Cada momento que usted vive es arte. Definitivamente. Yo he trabajado un montón de diferentes trabajos en mi vida. Y yo tuve que verlos de esa manera. No solamente por digamos, pasar el tiempo, pero sinceramente, eso es algo que yo creo 100%. Es una reflexión de la experiencia humana. Todo lo que uno hace. Sí, porque, bueno, la vida, a mí también, yo no soy perfecto, nadie es perfecto, man, nadie es perfecto, ¿verdad? Yo también... Pero sí, digamos, a todo eso uno se intermezcla en la vida en sí mismo y se olvida que es una historia, que es como... ¿quién fue que dijo eso? A ver, yo creo que fue Einstein, el fisicista. Oh no, Charlie Chaplin. Este fue. Él dijo que muy acerca la vida es una tragedia, pero a lejos es una comedia. Definitivamente. 100%, 100%. Charlie Chaplin es una de las mejores personas que a mí me inspira mucho ese hombre. Definitivamente. Él me inspira mucho porque cuando comenzó era un actor, ¿verdad? Todos lo conocen por el actor. Pero, digamos, a los años, digamos, él comenzó haciendo como... ¿Cómo le digo? Él comenzó haciendo un director. También comenzó escribiendo sus propias películas. Y por el fin de su carrera está escribiendo películas, directando películas, actuando en las películas, produciendo las películas, escribiendo música para películas. Todo. Por el puro final de su carrera. Él me inspira, pero... Uno de los mejores de todo tiempo. Por eso es una de las razones que yo quería mudarme para Los Ángeles. Yo siempre veía esto como el lugar donde vivió Charlie Chaplin. Especialmente Hollywood. Oh, Charlie Chaplin. Ajá. Él es uno de mis favoritos de todo tiempo. Todas esas personas me encantan gente que hacen muchos diferentes tipos de cosas. Siempre me han inspirado mucho. Toda la vida. Uno de mis héroes más grandes Personas como él y Da Vinci. Ese es otro que me inspira, pero de todos ese es mi favorito. Absolutamente favorito. Definitivamente. Por supuesto. Pero es específicamente la habilidad de aprender múltiples cosas. Y no solamente aprenderlas, pero hacerlas a todo. A todo cachete, ¿verdad? Como dicen acá. A cachete, ¿verdad? Ahí está. Es el término. Eso es esa es la parte que me inspira mucho. Porque, digamos, sí. Yo, digamos, ok, digamos, yo hago un montón de diferentes cosas, pero yo siempre las hago a lo que pueda. 100% cada vez. Pero no es como para tratar de hacer algo a 100% o nada así, para empujarme o nada así. Es literalmente la pura curiosidad en sí mismo. Yo estoy legítimamente curioso de las cosas que yo hago. A mí no me gusta hacer cosas por tener que hacerlas. Me gusta hacer las cosas porque me jala la curiosidad. Y esto es el superpoder de todos los humanos. 100%, dude. Todo el mundo lo puede hacer. Todo el mundo puede ser Da Vinci. Todo el mundo puede ser Charlie Chaplin. Todo el mundo puede ser cualquiera de esas personas. Yo creo que el entero concepto de alguien siendo especial sobre otros no es correcto. No creo que es actual. No creo que es una verdad de la vida. Yo no acepto eso como una verdad de la vida. Yeah. Pero sí. Todo es posible cuando usted piensa así. Todo. Yo no estudié programación. Yo me enseñé programación. ¡Ah! Todas las cosas se pueden aprender si usted tiene la curiosidad. Sí. Bueno, yo me enseñé programación el primero y después tomé una clase pequeña sobre la ciencia de la data. Pero ellos querían enseñarnos cómo escribir código, pero yo dije, no, yo quiero enseñarme yo mismo código. Entonces yo comencé, porque yo aprendo diferente. Exacto, exactamente eso. Exactamente, dude. Todo el mundo se debe se puede enseñar lo que quiera. Dude, y eso es una verdad de la vida. Yo voy a gritar eso desde todos lados hasta el último día. Bueno, man, hablamos un ratillo. curious. Topological sorting. So 1, 2, so 4 and 5. Core intuition is repeatedly identified a process known as a degree of 0 and remove them from the graph. Calculating degrees, iterate through all the edges and calculate the initialize the key. All the view Q is not empty. A, B, D, E, C. Why would it go A, B, D, E, C? So there's different forms of, so from what I see, there's different forms of Kahn's algorithm. Am I understanding that correctly? There's like the peel off algorithm. Is that one of them? So you're going layer by layer. So it's like levels. So so basically organize them by levels in terms of like, let's say you have like 12 actions, and you have step 1 is step 1, and then that exists before everything else. A prerequisite for step 2 and 3 and 4. But step 2, 3, 4 all live within the same level of prerequisite requirements. And then 5, 6, 8 lives in layer 3. So basically you would want to like peel by layers. Essentially you're prioritizing by layers to basically automize the order of operations, essentially, for the tasks. Yeah, because then basically once you finish the layer, I mean, that makes sense. I already think like this. I just didn't know what it was called. All right, cool. Yeah, dude, that's just how I think. Okay. This makes sense. Cycles. Exclude both flag and report. There's no BTA BTB. What are you talking about? All right. Cycles. BTA blocks, BTB blocks. I know what you're talking about now. This is in the relation to the shit. Okay. I see what you're talking about. In relation to the cycles, because we're splitting the tickets into two groups, this also kind of breaks Khan's algorithm in relation to being able to optimize the order. Is that what you mean by that? So co-queue the pair anyway, or trust the loop ordering. I'm think. My thing is, how can I trust the loop ordering if it's splitting it into two different workflows? Or does it centralize both workflows into one at the end of it? So I have that question regarding cycles first. I'm gonna put this back on because we might. Read in parallel? Yeah. Oh. Alright, so you basically gather the whole map. Once cycle members are identified for free via leftovers, do you want them excluded or reported or co-queued as a pair? That's the question. I think they should get done first. To be honest, the leftovers, I mean, if they're leftovers and they truly have no prerequisite tickets that are required, I would honestly do those first. No, actually do them last. Because the tied workflows might actually, like the tied tickets to, like the tickets that are tied to each other might actually supersede some of the loan tickets in relation to how they were actually typed in at first. How they were actually gathered at first. At first they weren't actually done with the full like prerequisite ticket system, none of that shit. It was literally way more simpler. So those old tickets might actually be superseded by later tickets. But once again, in relation to this workflow, if it's like a super, because I know there's one where I laid out like an entire like the API system, for example, and I already did that, but I would not want the workflow to place that as a ticket because it's just so freaking huge. But I think there's already a safety for that in terms of rules. Does that answer your question? And then what is it? Question 2. What is it? Question 2. What is question 2? I just had to answer one of the hardest questions in my life. Alright. Let's see. Gotta finish this. I'm so close! I'm so close! Alright, I'm almost gonna go to bed at a semi-normal time. Alright, let's see. Cycle decision, restated back. The cycle tied, get queued, not excluded, but first, last. Get queued, not excluded, but placed last and to do, okay. Yes, that's correct. Reasoning locked in. These tickets predate. Yes, correct. Well, I think this particular set is unique because moving forward, it wouldn't be because of the lack of systems for the ticket. I think they would actually be standalone tickets. So I would remove that kind of phrasing or wording, make it more agnostic in relation to where it stands. It stands in the workflow, where in the sense that they would be standalone tickets that could potentially be superseded by other more systemic tickets. Potentially. I would say something along the lines of that. The loop doesn't currently read the chained after marker in with a multi-hop chain is now possible. Ah. Yes, I would want it to also check to do LLM in relation to putting them in order. Now that would be actually a good thing. Run that by Fable one time real quick. And then in terms of adding that, was that something that they recommended? Or is that something that you found? Because that's a fucking great find for Sonnet. Like, goddamn, good job. Great catch. Run that new thing if it's new, and then buy the Fable model. And if it gets the green light, I think that I can trust deep chains after that. To be honest, I think it covers everything. And then I would use Opus to actually execute the Sonnet. Well, run it by Fable first for the overall overview. Run the actual execution, the mechanical edit by Sonnet, and then have Opus double check as a separate sub-agent. But make it check the plan and also the workflow. If it greenlights all of it at the end of all that, we're good to go. Yes. We're gonna finally do a git push for everything. Oh lordy. It is end of day, 1:11 a.m. We started at 3 p.m. So 1:11 a.m. July 10th, but we started at 3 p.m. July 9th. Awesome. Huh. To do LLM filler .md, let's schedule one of those out. How much tokens do we have? I have 20%. Okay, I have 80% left over here. We have 3:20 a.m. start time, so let's go ahead and run. This is Fable 5. Model. Let's create a cron task. Actually, let's make a cron task workflow real quick. This is going to be a pretty simple one. Essentially, anytime I ask you to make a scheduled task, you have the green light to update. By the way, you have the green light to update the claude.md file for this as needed. Feel free. Put together, run a sub agent to basically like optimize this workflow. I'm just gonna spitball it here to you actually. So basically, every single time I ask you to do a scheduled task, I want you to run that through the shell command inside of here. Go ahead and drop these. Okay. Let's go ahead and move to trash. Dispatch reports. Move this to trash too. Oh, I need to do another start of day workflow. Let's do a start of day workflow. Edit. Run this by a sub agent before actually doing the edit. If they greenlight it, then we go ahead and add it. This is a pretty simple one, so it's not a huge deal. This is for the start of day workflow. Basically, I want you to go, I want you to check this folder. Let me see something. Hold on a second. Let me hit Command Z. Yeah. To see if there's any dispatch reports. And then after the start of day, after doing all this stuff, put this at the very end of the start of day. Give me the dispatch report, summary, overviews, all that sort of stuff. Then after that, if they are all good to go, ask me if the corresponding workflow existed in this folder, do not delete it. But if the corresponding folder is directly inside of here, that means it was a... I'm gonna make a different folder for this. Feel free to delete the workflow after everything gets greenlit in terms of the ingestion process on my end from the report. If I choose to continue working on the workflow or edit it down or rerun it, then do not delete it. As part of the report, at the beginning of the day, give me the total amount of tokens that were used for all of, like a full token report from the SQL spreadsheet. That ran the scheduled tasks. I gotta write this down. Hold on. Can I export chat stats to SQL? I'm gonna highlight that. Be like, yo, pay attention. All right, so where was I? All right. They should have the workflow as the... There's an itemized task list, not the average one, but there's the one that has it. Look up the stuff that was run from the previous night, or like from the previous time that I worked. So like, let's say if it's been 2 days, but I ran something scheduled that night, but it'd been 2 days since I worked, then give me the stuff from there. If I had run things both days, then give me the stuff from both days. You get what I'm saying? Days, but I ran something scheduled that night, but it had been 2 days since I worked on keeping stuff from there. Okay, cool. So we got report, we have deletion, don't delete, sub-agent. Oh fuck. Oh thank god. Okay, so get what I'm saying? Is there anything else I want from that? Is there anything else I want from that? All right, let's create a cron task. Actually, make a clone workflow. Essentially, the shell command. Run dispatch chain. I think that run dispatch chain is redundant. So the first thing you're going to ask me is which workflow do I want to run, or do I want to set a new workflow? And then if I set a new workflow, I want you to ask me if the workflow is something that gets repeated or something that's only a one-time trigger. They get placed in these folders respectively. I think that's it. Oh, it's rechecking everything. Oh, cool, 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 cool. Git push workflow. Yes. It should be max. High effort. No. It's supposed to be a max effort Opus subagent. Why didn't you run Opus? Don't restart it now, but I mean, don't restart it now, but I'm just asking for curiosity's sake. Did it pause? Never mind. Okay. New day only, yes. Cron tab. Schedule task. I had already made them for you as just like to, I just literally made them, so they're, I just gave them, I made them so I can send you the path right away. Cron scheduling, and the reason why I'm asking for that is because it's supposed to be I would like for you to ask me what time and date to trigger them on. That's the whole point. We're asking to basically do a scheduled task. Both fixes confirmed. Green line. Okay, one correction to Opus second pass. Your attribution error. Wait, what? Oh yeah. No, but it's code writing loop. Hold on. So the filler workflow should not have the step 8 contract ripple section. That's only new to code writing loop. Was it added to this other one? To the filler? Then can you summarize the issue that you came across from Opus? I'm sorry, I just, it's kind of a whole lot of words. It says two contradicting things about the same file. Line A, the loop never writes. Ah! Yes. Okay, so here's the thing. You're right. I see what you're saying now. I think that was a safety that was actually put in by Opus or by Fable or somebody when I first came across this workflow, but that was before I had added the ripple. So this is the only exception, the ripple, because basically the goal is that it becomes more of a self-healing kind of a situation in the case that it comes across some sort of potential issue, error sort of situation. You know what I'm saying? So let's run this by Opus with this context and then have it fix it in a separate sub-agent. %. That seems about right. That fucking workflow is huge. Let's schedule. Yeah, I wanted to validate cron fuel values before. Oh no, wait, are you talking about installing cron? The workflow should not have a cron install. Step, it assumes that it's already installed on the computer. Okay. So basically it's just... So basically it's just to ensure that it already exists. I mean, it seems kind of redundant because I already know it does exist, but let's fucking do it because this makes it more generally useful. Then what is the flag? That's what I was asking about. Does this satisfy the flag? Oh, it was the wording. I see what you're saying. So it's saying add cron tab entry. It was using the word install to signify that. Okay. Okay. Workflow is ready? Just run a quick git push for only for what we worked on within this context window, please. There are other things that need to be pushed that are getting pushed in other places that are relevant to other context windows. Just giving you that heads up. All right, let's do a git push with the stuff from this particular workflow. Actually, I'm gonna pause that for now. What is this in relation to? Okay, I need to answer this. Wait, what? Wait, okay, this is the one that I need to finish. Wait, what? Wait, to-do filler starts by wiping the to-do LLM? I mean, either way, to be honest, because it's still creating the ticket. So as long as it's being ingested by to-do filler, because it has to ingest all the tickets anyway. then it doesn't actually need to append it to the to-do LLM. It doesn't matter if it gets wiped anyway in the end. Yeah. Well, there it is. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I would drop the raw append. Run this by an Opus model just to verify that my logic is sound, but to me, it sounds good. We're at 25 minutes. Fuck, it's 1:38. No! Alright, we have this. 65%. Okay, cool. I don't believe there's anything unresolved in this chat, is there? Is it safe to clear? Alright, cool. Alrighty, so what's it gonna do with you? Let's schedule a task for $3:30 a.m. I want to run the LLM filler workflow. Please. Gotta restart my computer. We're still waiting on this one, huh? Oh yeah, 6B, it's almost done. Fuck yeah! Alrighty. Ah! Fuck. Yes! This is going to be something that I regularly run in general, but it is not... So please place it in the repeater, like in the sense that hold on. Okay, so we need to update this workflow for it to basically be able to access any of the workflows within my folder for LLM agent workflows. That it doesn't need to be in just the dispatch one, that it can be in any of them. I need to update the start of day workflow to include that if the workflow exists in this folder, these folders, what? To please also not delete. We're gonna hold on a second. Actually, I'm going to keep this here because it separates those two workflows. Okay, cool. Is it safe to clear this chat? We're going to do that in a second. Alright, cool. We're going to put that there because that's my one-on-one. Have an Opus model double check your work. Once it's done, yes. Is it safe to clear this workflow? This context? Window. Alright, we're gonna do that in a sec. Alright, cool. This is that. Oh yeah, now I know which one this is. Okay, cool. Let's put this over here actually because we might want to push this. So we good there, we good there. We have this. Okay, this is now it's this one, last one. Freaking flies. I know it's time to go to bed. I don't know how a fly randomly gets in here every day. At least one. It's the weirdest thing. let's run a test cron command. Scheduled for 3 minutes from now. Basically, make an MD, a .md file, and then make it so it deletes everything, like all the outcomes of the actual workflow. But basically, what I want to do is test, make a file called poop, have it make a .md file called poopy, and then have it say poop2 inside of it. Verify that it did everything, that it did all the stuff, then delete all of the things that surround it, including the SQL outputs once they're verified to have existed. I just want to make sure, because we just touched the actual shell command, so I want to make sure that it's good to go. No unsuspected surprises. This freaking fly, dude. We'll fold it in a sec. Oh my god, dude. Got him. Go ahead. Alright, so I got a random prompt. Check it now. I don't know if it ran or did not run. Potentially did not run. But run another one with the same stuff for 2 minutes from now. Don't delete the... If it hasn't run, don't delete it. Just schedule another one for 2 minutes from now. I had to okay it the first time. It was just weird because I got this weird prompt that said, like, kind of like the message that you recommended, like the bash address or whatever the fuck. I don't really know what that is, actually. I've never actually come across that. But it had that in it, but a different one from the last time. The last time I had to okay it, but I only had to okay it once, so I just want to verify that I don't need to okay it a second time. It wasn't allow. It just said allow. Or deny. And I obviously clicked allow. Allow. Well, that's the thing. The last time I only had to click it once. And then it was good. I didn't have to click it a second time. I just don't want to fall asleep and then have it fucking be wrong. Wait, if the other one already exists, would it make it so that then it wouldn't potentially run again because it's making the same exact thing again? Well, it's 2 a.m. Did it run? Because I didn't even get the prompt this time. Now here's the thing. Show me both database rows, please. I'm so curious. I've never actually run two identical prompts, one right after the other. I wonder if they're going to be different or identical. Ooh, they're different. No, they're borderline identical. Almost, but close enough. 17 and then 28 cents. That's actually a big fucking difference. I guess that might have been like a one-time thing. That's why I had you run that, because it happened, I believe, when you changed the bash address. I think that's what it is. It was like this, like, it was like a 2-digit number, point, 1-digit number, point, 2-digit number, or something like that. It was like a bash address or something. It was like the default one for Mac is so-and-so. And I was like, okay, well, you changed that, so that's what made me want to potentially run the same thing again. Because I was like, the last time it asked me for it had given me that prompt to allow or deny, and I allowed. And only had to allow once, so then it would do it forever, I guess. So I was curious to see if it would pop up again, and then it popped up once, and I was like, will it pop up a second time? So that's why I had you run it the second time. Does that make sense? Now I'm also curious, what I'm honestly curious about is if would it have run that potentially for like any bash command that I had run from not SSH sudo? Fuck. Here we go. Well, is this specifically for a cron command then? I'm asking because I'm planning on adding a WebSocket. Like, if you look at the architecture, the future features folder, I'm planning on basically doing that. And then I'm wondering if this is something that I should spec for within that document. Cron command. Here we go. fucking love that friend. She's so funny. Alright, let me see here. Yeah, please leave a short cross-reference note under phase 4 LLM interceptor. That'd be awesome. Alright, now I can run this. Sí, yo estoy trabajando con Cloud Code. Es una inteligencia artificial. Es esta acá. Yeah, definitivamente, mae. Es buenísimo. Usted puede hacer mucho con esto. Yo trabajo con esto para todo diferente tipo de cosas. Eso, esta cosa es como, es otro nivel de, digamos, cuando yo comencé, originalmente estaba escribiendo código. Después de un rato yo digo, ok, voy a ver qué tipo de, porque es una cosa, usted tiene que tomar tiempo haciendo lógica, o usted ya conoce la lógica y no tienes que hacer el código. Entonces yo comencé usando como inteligencias artificiales como en el chat, digamos, como usted usa ChatGPT o algo así, o cualquiera de esos inteligencias artificiales así. Entonces yo lo que hacía era, básicamente, yo le daba el contexto del código que yo estaba haciendo. Yo digo, yo quiero la función que corresponde con esta función va a trabajar de esta manera, esta manera, esta manera, esta manera. Y entonces lo usaba casi como una calculadora de sintaxis. Y después de un rato, yo decidí, yo quería tratar otro que se llama Gemini, que era de Google, que tiene uno para trabajar con VS Code, con este acá. Y después, y entonces ese trabajaba más como este. Pero este es otra cosa totalmente. Usted puede literalmente controlar su entera computadora de esto. Es muy extremo de lo que usted puede hacer con esto. Yeah, yo sé, ¿verdad? Definitivamente. Yeah, es una de las cosas. Yo digo que esto va a cambiar la vida para muchas personas. Digamos, yo aquí estoy haciendo el trabajo de casi como un equipo. Digamos, yo solo. Y es apenas que si usted tiene que conocer un poco de código y cómo, digamos, la computación, la ciencia de computadoras y cosas así. Pero si usted aprende bastante de eso, usted puede hacer lo que le dé la gana con esto. Literalmente. Entonces yo estoy construyendo esto. Y algún día yo quiero que esto sea algo que cambia la estructura de poder del internet. Yo estoy cansado de lo que es Spotify, Instagram, todo eso, porque ellos usan todo el arte, todas las cosas que las personas usan y crean, la usan para la inteligencia artificial, para entrenar modelos de inteligencia artificial. Están robando arte, están robando música. Hasta Spotify, usted no puede subir su música a Spotify y sin que ellos, eso es parte de los términos de uso, que ellos pueden usar su música para entrenar modelos de inteligencia artificial. Es una locura. Ya, es una shit, definitivamente. Yo no he usado Spotify. Digamos, yo lo uso para... Yo estoy en una banda en estos momentos que estamos haciendo unos temas ahí. Entonces ellos mandan la música por ahí. Pero si no fuera por eso, digamos, yo no tengo ni la membresía de... Digamos, yo cancelé todo, borré, pero todo eso. Yo no la uso para nada. Spotify por casi como 3 años ya. Porque no me gusta ese aspecto. Para nada, pero realmente usted no puede correr de eso. No importa cuánto usted quiera correr de eso, usted no puede escaparse. Sí, eso es, a mí no me gusta eso de ese lado de que lo que ellos hacen con los artistas. Ellos exploitan artistas, exploitan arte y ellos ganan una billonada y media. Y después de eso, sí, definitivamente. Y después de eso, ellos sí. Todo depende de cómo usted lo usa. Esa es la cosa. La inteligencia artificial, todo depende de cómo usted lo usa. Yo estoy usando estos modelos de esta gente, pero yo estoy usando estos modelos para hacer algo que no lo hagan necesitar nosotros, que nosotros necesitemos a ellos en el futuro. Entonces, básicamente eso es lo que digo. Por eso es que digo, todo depende de lo que usted hace. Es como gente rica. Hay personas que a veces se sienten mal por tener tanto dinero. Ellos ponen cosas así como que se sienten muy conscientes de eso, porque no todo el mundo tiene dinero. Y digamos, yo no tengo ni papa, pero hay gente que tiene mucho y siempre se sienten muy conscientes de eso. Y yo digo, lo que no importa tener dinero, no importa de ser rico, no importa de ser esa cosa, todo depende de lo que usted hace con ese dinero. Esto va a definirte usted más que tener o no tener. ¿Qué usted hace con eso? ¿Qué usted hace con la oportunidad? Definitivamente. Entonces eso define más quién usted es como una persona para mí que cualquier otra cosa en el mundo. Entonces la inteligencia artificial es la misma cosa. Todo depende de cómo usted la usa. Yo la uso para esto. Yes, please. Por ahí vamos, un poquito a la vez. Also, let's delete all files and assets from the last 2 poop tests. Yo llamo todo lo que cada vez que hago un examen en digamos en lo que estoy. Dos segunditos. Does it not have fan outs? Oi, shit. And in relation to that, wait, so I can't have variable sub-agent workflows that are automated through this? Through the headless mode? Why not? Ah. Let's actually make another one just because you're changing the script again, and I want to make sure that it's not script dependent and it was actually bash command dependent. I just want to make sure bash address version dependent. Another poop test, please. Same as before. Bueno, yo hago todos los exámenes que hago para tratar cosas, para ver si trabajan o no. Yo siempre lo llamo poop caca. Porque yo digo, ¿qué es la cosa más rara que puedo pensar para esto? Yes, please. I also want to check one last thing. So I can run headless sub-agent workflow loops. But what was my question? Fuck. Se me fue la pregunta que yo tenía. Oh yeah. But here's the thing. Can I have the model when it actually makes the whole thing to pull, like if there's like a default setting for the primary agent that's running the actual workflow or loop or whatever, for it to not have to ask me, so it's like if it's already in the actual workflow, to just pull it from there and then populate the actual cron tab install with that data. Ahí vamos. Casi, casi, casi. Estoy tan cerca. Lo que estoy tratando de hacer aquí básicamente es, yo hago como fluidos de trabajo. Entonces, la inteligencia artificial hace un trabajo y después saca otro agentes de inteligencia artificial para hacer otras partes del trabajo. Y hacen como lupeos, así como que, digamos, hace un trabajo de código. Después de eso lo pasa para que lo chequee y está correcto. Si o no, pasa atrás. Si no está correcto, lo pasa atrás. Si está correcto, para el próximo paso, hace un examen, cosas así. Entonces, yo tengo como trabajos así. Entonces, yo estaba viendo si puedo hacer eso porque tengo esos modelos y trabaja con, digamos, con esto, esto trabaja bien con eso. Pero nunca he tratado sin multiagente así. So you're basically asking me if you can add the task that I was referring to right here in terms of pulling the effort and model from the workflow.md file and update it within dispatch wf scheduler.md, correct? And then separately dispatch model. It doesn't have to say dispatch model. I think like the documents, most of my workflows already have the actual models defined at the top of the documents, usually. If not, I'll have to add this to my to-do list where update all workflows to actually mention the... I believe most of them do though, like 99% of them have the model and effort already defined within the document. Tengo que escribir. Yo siempre hago esto acá. No se puede tener todo en la jupa uno. Eso es terrible para la salud mental y la salud en sí mismo. Wait. Double check that with another model, because I'm like pretty fucking sure that the effort levels were set. They had to have been. So I guess I have to screen that one. Can you update to do LLM filler? Actually run it by Fable to define what would be the best model and effort for this. Make sure it's not Fable though, just because I don't want Fable running. I mean, in terms of what's in the workflow, make sure it's not Fable, because I would want it max opus, like at max opus max. You get what I'm saying? And then lowest would be haiku, but I don't know why you would want to use that. But You get what I'm saying? Ya casi, estoy tan cerca. Estoy tan cerca. Oh my god. Alrighty. Ya casi, ya casi. Ay, ya casi me voy a dormir. Oh my god. Bueno. Ahí vamos. Is it safe to clear the context window? Último. Hue puña. Handle all your fan outs, handle all your stuff for this workflow here. This is what I want. Go through all of my workflows, every single last one of them, and optimize them all for tokens, and also the models used. Explicitly express the models at the top for the main agent, and then explicitly express all the models and effort per sub-agents if they exist within the workflows. All the ones within this folder here. Wait, Sonnet High? Fair. I'll run it. I will take it. That makes sense though. I thought it was going to be high because it was high effort. But anteriormente yo tuve este trabajo que se llama Filler, to do LLM Filler. Y básicamente lo que estaba pasando era que no no tenía, digamos, el modelo ni el esfuerzo. Pero ahora tiene modelo y esfuerzo. Pero antes yo tenía como muchos trabajos que estaba haciendo, digamos, le daba mucho peso a lo que era las decisiones y cosas así. Para hacer las decisiones que estaba haciendo. Y yo transferí mucho del peso de ese trabajo a otro trabajo. Let's do another quick poop test, please. For 2 minutes from now, just to verify that, because we changed so much stuff in the script, I want to make sure that it's like that it doesn't give me any unexpected weird allow buttons or anything like that. Ya casi. Ah. Alright, voy a correr este. Just double checking, it's not working by default with Sonnet effort high for everything, right? It's always going to be relative to whatever the workflow states, correct? Then what was up with the one that was for Claude.md? Can you explain that for me real quick? It did it. But wouldn't that make more sense within the actual workflow file instead of the Claude code file? Perfect. All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure. So verify that against Fable planning real quick, just to verify, but I'm leaning towards that because I would rather have it exist. I want to keep the Claude.md file as small as possible. And we are at 7% for Fable. Not bad, dude. I got 2 more days of Fable. Okay, so I want to do a scheduled task. This is a one-time task for 8:19 a.m. Basically, what I want is I wanted to run a Fable model to do the following. Do exactly what Fable recommended there. Remove Actually, don't worry. I'm gonna have Fable actually audit my entire workflow for like all my workflows for this, to basically just optimize them for this too. Can you actually give me a prompt in terms of how to phrase that for this particular task? I want to do it for all of my workflows. I already have one. Basically, I'm going to have it doing this. All the above there, we use existing conventions. Never mind, it already does this. I'm already scheduling this. You don't have to worry about this. I'm just giving you the context. I'm gonna have a Fable workflow overnight, basically, well, in the morning, basically auto trigger to do this. I think it should cover this whole thing too. Should I add that to this? Is it missing this as well? I mean, I kind of want to add this to it, like what we have up above, except for all the workflows. Do you think this is too big for Fable? Or should I break it down into more digestible chunks? I mean, Fable's made for building entire apps. I mean, Fable's literally made to like build entire apps from a single prompt sometimes. Some people are doing shit like that. But then again, how correct is that app actually built, right? Nah. I actually don't even want to schedule this task now that I think about it. I kind of want to go through it a step at a time. This is something that I really need to actually work through myself, I think. But at the same time, I really want to use Opus. I mean, Fable. Fable, and I got 2 more days of use, and I don't want to like squander it, but I also don't want to like not use it because I got it. I'm only at 7% for the week that I've actually been used. Also, I was thinking maybe we can do like all the fan outs how it thinks, right? But also if it could please like for this job, but if it could please not use Fable for literally every sub agent, because that's the one thing that would drain the tokens like crazy. It can use its discretion, but just definitely not use Fable for sub agents in relation to this audit task. But I think chunking it down to the folder batches would be great. Nah, don't worry. I'm gonna wait for the sweep to catch him. Also, another sub agent recommended this. I was working this part out with this other agent here. Then to the prompt, let's add in relation to the structural catch. You're right, but in the prompt, in the workflow, if I add the green light in addition to that, honestly, it's only gonna do. Well, honestly, this is only gonna do recommendations before it actually pushes them into the actual workflows. So I'm gonna be able to like go through every change before actually pushing it through. Give me the prompt of what to add for that particular part of the workflow real quick. Of the task. The task that I'm currently building out with for Fable real quick. there's nothing I can do with Fable that I can't do myself with Opus. If you structure your workflows well enough, there is nothing you can't. There, like, if anything, it's just so wasteful. Seriously, like, Fable is just, it's so heavy. I trust it heavily. Like, with its logic, it's fucking great. All right, one more thing. One last thing. In relation to the filler, like the to-do filler workflow that I have scheduled, I want to auto trigger the first like 15 functions. I mean, 15 tickets within the to-do llm.md file to basically use the code writer to just basically handle that for the first 15 tickets, but only after the actual in sequence, right? So if we can add it to the actual workflow, like to cron task, if we could populate the shell command to basically have that with the second workflow for the code writer, basically have it be only for the first 15 tickets. Like immediately after it's done, just start with the first 15. I want to see if we could do that. I think the workflow is open to basically being applied to that if you include that outside of the workflow. You get what I'm saying? If you explicitly say follow this workflow but only for the first 15 tickets instead of doing the entire thing without editing the actual workflow, I think it should work. Alright, we good to go there. Whoa, we're doing a one-time task and doing a freaking the full thing. Run the recommendation by Opus, please. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Well, I've already run this workflow a couple of times across the code base, and it's already good. I've already tested it personally, and there's also an interview section after it for the ledger workflow. So no worries. I'm not too worried about the workflow basically fucking anything up, really. Able to go to sleep after this. Aquí vamos. So close, so close, so close. Okay, fair. Can we make 1, 2, 3, 4 work within the same chain, like one right after the other? I already have the script laid out to be able to handle that. I wanted it to just run all of them. Like one right after the other. And then basically I would just check the responses and like the feedback and then basically just go through it a step at a time before green lighting. Sorry, actually all five. Well, I wanted to be okay. How about this? Because each one should actually be a sub model of Fable. Can Fable handle all that? So it does sub agents for each read, correct? Like the workflow does? Or rather, Fable will probably decide in relation to that. Doc is 1,000% up and running. Okay. Yeah, so basically it does the exploratory side and then Fable's coordinating all the results, correct? Would it make more sense to dabble less in the actual workflow and let Fable do its own thing? I believe it automatically does its own like sub agents and all that sort of stuff. So basically, just use your own judgment on that side. Yeah, that's the important part. Basically, the context level is what I want to give Fable the most freedom on. That's the part I'm worried about. The other parts are definitely important to have pinned down. Yep, ready to go. Can we run one more poopy test? And then delete all poopy testing outputs after verifying? You can verify yourself, and I'll trust your judgment on that. Run it for 3:06 a.m., please. Wait, pause, and then start it over right now. In terms of filling it out, I forgot that I'm actually editing the other .sh file, so I need you to just stand by real quick. It just finished editing, so it's good to go now. Please feel free to continue installing the cron tab. go to the bathroom. I just had an Easter egg idea. So basically, I want to do a magnet of the stars. So like some of them get minimized and set to like small sizes. Then once they set to like a certain amount of them that get stuck around, then slowly as you keep going like this, it's gonna slowly unveil a constellation of the username in here. I think that'd be really cute. I had that idea. I think that'd be super cute. Yeah. It's not part of it. This is that's a test I'm running. Yes, good to go. Did it delete the old one, by the way? Also, the 8:30 a.m. thing is something that's being worked on right now. So no worries there. Don't worry about touching that. Alright, let's run a git push all. Full workflow. I think it should be... It doesn't actually need like anything because it didn't touch the code base. It's all workflow stuff, so I don't think it has to update the wiki or anything like that. Fuck yeah. Good. Solid usage of that fucking 80, that full token count. And that's what? 16% in a day? Perfect. Fuck. Is it safe to clear this context window? Just a heads up, there will be things that you didn't work on here. Just go ahead and push them in. It's all good. just double checking one last thing, that there's no there's no half-made 8:30 a.m. cron tab task. It's only the one that you worked on. There should be a new one for 3:30 a.m. Just that's fine. Okay, cool. Isn't that my dispatch tasks database? The one that everything gets fed into, or is that like a empty, like a random empty one? Oh, then yeah. Delete the empty one and then continue the git push workflow. Go until 3:19. I have 3 minutes. Hopefully it finishes that. On July, you don't have to do a, just amend this to the previous workday that ended July 10th. It just add it to that workday, but you don't have to update the time. Alright, that's it. Alright, that's it for the day. Oh my god, dude. Craziness. Craziness, craziness, craziness. I actually ended up working 12 hours. Actually, update the end day time for that work day to 3 a.m. Fuck it. It's accurate. I worked those last hours, might as well fucking claim me. God damn, dude. Can't push. Alright, aquí estamos, ya al fin de la noche. Por puño, yo me prometí que no iba a hacer esto. I promised myself I wouldn't do this. Alright, bueno, aquí estamos. Here we are. Gonna finish the day off. Vamos a terminar la noche. Qué día más largo. What a long day. Fucking crazy. I didn't record the other stuff that I did. I didn't record for 5 hours before the 5 hours I started before this. That's the nuts part. Yo estoy en hora 12 técnicamente. Aunque dice 7 aquí, yo trabajé 5 horas antes de eso. I worked 5 hours before this, dude. Oh my god. Is it safe to clear the context window? I always ask this. Siempre pregunto esto por cualquier cosa. Alright. And here it is, friends. Here it is. Here it is. Oh my god, dude. Alright, that's it. That's it. Time to go to bed. Tiempo para dormir. Buenas noches. Good night. I hope you have a lovely night. Gracias por escucharme. Si ustedes pasaron tiempo conmigo, ¿no? G4 Yada 13. Muchísimas gracias por pasar su tiempo conmigo. Lo aprecio mucho. Y yo no sé si está ahí todavía, pero lo aprecio mucho, mucho, mucho. Gracias por acompañarme ahora esta noche. Y espero que le vaya muy bien con todo lo que usted quiera hacer. Que sea muy exitoso. Bueno, buenas noches. I hope you have a lovely night. And thank you for watching. If you watched, if you didn't watch, it's okay. If you're watching this in the future on YouTube for some weird fucking reason, that's your business, not mine. But I'm gonna go to bed. Good night. Three,